Hey there, want to make your voice heard at a Board of Supervisors meeting? We're all ears. Here's how you can get involved. First, hop online and look at the agendas. This will give you the scoop on what's coming up before the board. Each agenda item includes a brief description of the issue, the recommendations, and potential impacts. If you need more detail, check out the detailed reports online. Those are called board letters. Then, decide if you want to speak at Tuesday's general legislative session or Wednesday's land use session. You'll have 3 opportunities to have your say. Let's start with non-agenda public comment. This is your chance to talk about things that aren't on the agenda, but try and keep your topic related to county government. For non-agenda public comments, you can speak at either the Tuesday or Wednesday session, but not both. So pick your day accordingly. And keep in mind, the board can't act on the spot. They'll refer your comments to the Chief Administrative Officer, who will look into the issue. Last thing, the board will hear from the first 10 speakers, 5 in person and 5 by phone at the beginning of the session. Then all the remaining speakers will get their chance to speak after the discussion items. During the consent agenda, the board handles a bunch of routine items with 1 vote. If you want to comment on an item, keep it simple. For example, I'm John Doe speaking on item 5, and I agree with approving the contract. Discussion items are the main event where the board debates before making a decision. They'll hear from supporters first, then those against. And if you have documents, hand them to the deputy clerk when it's your turn to speak at the podium. If you want to speak, you need a speaker slip. White slips are for non-agenda comments. Turn these in before we hear from the first speaker. Green or pink slips are for specific items. Get these in before public comment begins. And please turn in your speaker slip early. If you don't turn it in before it's due, you won't be able to speak to the board. Now, you get 2 minutes to speak, but if lots of people want to talk, it might get cut to 1 minute. So, you might want to consider writing 2 sets of comments, one for 2 minutes, another one for 1. That way, if time's cut, you won't be scrambling. There's also a countdown clock at the podium to keep you on track. Once you're at the podium, stay on topic. Stick to the current agenda item. If you stray off topic, you might get a gentle nudge to get back to the point. Keep your comments related to the agenda item's recommendations because that's what the board is relying on to make a decision. Also, speak directly to the board. They're the ones making the decision. When your time's up, it's up. Overstaying might mean getting muted or even asked to leave. Now for some ground rules. For safety, keep aisles and doorways clear. If there isn't a seat, head across the hall to room 302 or the 4th floor balcony to watch the meeting. Respect is huge. Everyone should feel heard. That means you, other speakers, and the Board of Supervisors. Disruptive behavior gets 1 warning, and after that, a deputy sheriff might show you the door. So let's keep it respectful. Your voice matters, and we want to hear from you. Remember, we're all here to make a difference.
I will now call the February 25th, 2025 General Legislative Session of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to order. We would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. These are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, and most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups: the Kumeyaay, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Kaiwe. We aspire to learn from Indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Andrew, please call the roll for today's session.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Anderson is participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. With that, I will now call the roll. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here.
And the first item will be for Supervisor Anderson to make a statement about participating remotely and state whether anyone over the age of 18 is in the room with him, as well as their relationship to the supervisor.
Pursuant to Government Code 54-953, under the provisions set forth in Assembly Bill 2449, I will be participating remotely in the February 25th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting session due to just cause for the following reason: contagious illness that prevents members from attending in person. There is nobody in the room with me, 18 or otherwise.
Thank you. We will have Pastor Terry Brooks of the Bayview Church of San Diego deliver the invocation. Following the invocation, Madison and Rose from Girl Scout Troop 4875 will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Let's pray together. God, we thank you for another day, another chance to be here, another chance to do what you've purposed us to do, what you've called us to do, and bring you glory doing it. Pray that you will bless all who fill this room, especially our county supervisors. I pray that all of our public officials, God, you would keep them in your protection, be a hedge around them, and bless them, not just physically, but mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and relationally. God, I pray that as they lead our county, they remember that the earth is the Lord's and we are his people. And so with every decision they make, with every action they take, with every word they speak, they would give you glory. And then I bless God for those who are here in the room, and I pray that as they speak with a tempered speech and a heart of compassion, and that we realize we are here to bring about solutions and not make problems. And I ask God that everything that is done here will make you smile. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the proclamations. The first proclamation will be given by myself, honoring Lisanne Basquiat in honor of Black History and Women's History Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Lisanne Basquiat. Good morning, everyone. I am so pleased to share that we have an esteemed guest joining us today, Lisanne Basquiat. As we celebrate Black History Month and with Women's History Month approaching, it is my absolute pleasure to recognize Ms. Basquiat's considerable contributions to the celebration of Black culture, the preservation of African American art and heritage, and the empowerment of entrepreneurship within our county and beyond. Whereas Lisanne Basquiat is a visionary leader, entrepreneur, and cultural advocate dedicated to helping individuals embrace their potential, cultivate personal freedom, and build lasting legacies that uplift future generations. And whereas after a successful corporate career, she founded Shaping Freedom, a platform for personal growth and authentic leadership, which she then expanded through Shaping Sanctuary and Hera Hub Carlsbad, fostering creativity and inclusive entrepreneurship. And whereas as co-administrator of the Jean-Michel Basquiat estate, Lisanne plays a vital role in preserving and expanding access to her brother's profound artistic legacy, and her dedication to this work ensures that his contributions continue to shape culture, inspire creativity, and elevate the voices of marginalized communities worldwide. And whereas she is also a mentor, speaker, and thought leader, guiding others to create transformation in their own lives and communities. And whereas widely recognized for impact, including as San Diego's 2022 Businesswoman of the Year, her work has been featured in the New York Times, LA Times, and Rolling Stone. And whereas we proudly honor Lisanne Basquiat for her extraordinary contributions to personal transformation, cultural preservation, entrepreneurial leadership, and the arts, and her work celebrating Black culture, empowering marginalized communities, and preserving African American art and heritage, has been a source of inspiration for many and has made a profound and lasting impact. Through her vision and dedication, she's enriched lives and strengthened communities. And whereas the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those individuals and organizations that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and Lisanne Basquiat is one such worthy individual, so now, therefore, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 25th day of February, 2025, that we commend Lisanne Basquiat for her outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Lisanne Basquiat Day throughout San Diego County. Go ahead.
Kind of blown away. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I usually have a lot of words. I'm a little bit at a loss for words this morning. I just want to thank you all. I have lived in San Diego for 13 years, and I've loved every moment of living here. And I love the community. I love the entrepreneurial spirit. And I love the fact that we can all come together no matter what's happening in the world, because we're all here in San Diego. So thank you so much, and hug somebody today.
We're going to jump.
Yeah.
Okay, the next proclamation will be given by myself and Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, honoring National Children's Dental Health Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Natalie Rogers, San Diego County Oral Health Coalition Children's Work Group Co-Chair and Head Start Health Coordinator at Neighborhood House. And Dr. Samin Zarabi, founder of the San Diego Association of Pediatric Dentistry, and Marianne Boondag, program manager at Health Quality Partners. February is National Children's Dental Health Month, and it's the perfect time to focus on the importance of healthy smiles for our kids. Every morning, it's hard to remember how important that is when it's just a fight to get your 5-year-old to brush their teeth. It's not always easy, but seeing that bright smile and that loose tooth makes it all worth it. So I think we all know how important it is to establish healthy habits early on, and dental care is no exception. Right now, my little one is losing her second tooth, and while she's thrilled about the thought of it falling out, she's also decided she only wants to brush her teeth after eating ice cream, because she says that's the only thing that causes cavities. So I have to keep reminding her that brushing after any snack is important. In San Diego County, 1 in 3 children start school with untreated dental issues. The good news is that we can change that by making sure kids visit the dentist by age 1 and keep up with regular checkups. And by doing so, we can avoid many of these problems before they start. It's not just about avoiding cavities. Healthy teeth mean kids can eat well, feel better, and do their best in school. Plus, simple habits like drinking water instead of sugary drinks and choosing fresh fruits and veggies over chips can go a long way in keeping those teeth strong. National Children's Dental Health Month is also a reminder that all kids, no matter their background, deserve access to good dental care. Let's work together to make sure every child has the tools and support they need to keep their smiles bright and healthy. I will now hand it over to my colleague, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I am really happy to stand here alongside Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer to recognize National Children's Dental Health Month and bring attention to children's oral health, which significantly impacts our communities. As a leader dedicated to equity in healthcare and wellness, I believe that every single child deserves access to quality dental care, regardless of their background, their zip code, or their economic status. Through our county's Live Well San Diego initiative, we continue to work towards our shared vision of safe, healthy, and thriving communities, and today's proclamation aligns with our commitment to improving health outcomes for all children. Here in San Diego County, 1 in 3 children starting public school has untreated dental decay. Every day, 1 child is admitted to a local hospital, and 2 to 3 children visit emergency rooms due to dental-related issues. These are not just statistics. These are real children in pain, struggling to eat, to learn, and to thrive. Poor oral health can lead to missed school days, difficulty focusing in class, and long-term health problems. Ensuring that children receive early and consistent dental care will help them avoid unnecessary pain and health complications later in life. So the National Children's Dental Health Month highlights the importance of early dental visits by a child's first birthday, encouraging healthier choices, as the Vice Chair said, and she's going through every single day, I'm sure, like water over sugary drinks, and advocates for equitable access to quality dental care for all children, regardless of their background. So our county's Live Well San Diego initiative has been instrumental in promoting preventive healthcare measures that improve the lives of families across our region. We know that healthy children perform better in school, build confidence, and are better prepared for a successful future. So I want to take a moment to thank all the dentists, educators, and health advocates working tirelessly to ensure that children in every neighborhood receive the care and education that they deserve. We are proud to present this proclamation and stand with Live Well San Diego and all community partners in advocating for a future where no child suffers from preventable dental issues. With that, the last line of the proclamation reads, "Be it proclaimed by all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 25th day of February 2025 that they commend the Live Well San Diego for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be National Children's Dental Health Month throughout San Diego County."
Hello, my name is Natalie Rogers, and I am the Health and Nutrition Coordinator with Neighborhood House Association's Head Start program. I am also here representing the San Diego County Oral Health Coalition as their Children's Work Group co-chair. On behalf of all the pediatric oral health providers in our county, I want to thank you for this recognition. Dental disease is the most common chronic disease in children and the leading cause of chronic school absenteeism. We greatly appreciate all the support and resources you have provided to keep our children and families safe and healthy. Thank you.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond, honoring Maricosta's College Roots of Justice. Accepting the proclamation will be Kat Soto Gomez, Maricosta Faculty and Roots of Justice Grant Lead.
All right, got the gangs all here. Hi, this is Kat. Where's Kat?
This is Kat right here.
This is Kat. Oh, you're going to be speaking?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hey, thanks for coming up. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good to see you. All right, it's my honor here to recognize and welcome the dedicated faculty and students of Maricosta College and their foundation. I want to thank you all for your commitment to excellence in education and for joining us this morning all the way from Oceanside, which I myself, it took me an hour. About the same? Yeah, okay. But recently, Maricosta College secured a grant from the Prebys Foundation to implement a project aimed at improving the mental health and wellness of formerly incarcerated students through hands-on and outdoor activities. The foundation's research stated there's an increasing evidence that spending time in nature and engaging in the arts can help improve mental health and strengthen community ties with those who are formerly incarcerated and are students back in college. So the County of San Diego, we are committed to recognizing and honoring those programs that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and the Maricosta College Roots of Justice is one such worthy organization. So therefore, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 25th day of February 2025 that we commend Maricosta College for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the students and citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day, here, I got the proclamation right here, Hold that up for a second. There you go. To declare this day to be MiraCosta College's Roots of Justice Day throughout San Diego County. So congratulations, and we have Kat Soto Gomez. If you want to hand off the proclamation now, you're going to come up and make some remarks. So thank you very much. Oh, you're going to speak first? Okay, sorry.
Really quickly, my name is Danae Pescarmona. I'm the Vice President of Instructional Services at MiraCosta College, and I'm here with our Dean of Natural and Social Sciences, Dr. Mike Fino, to thank Supervisor Desmond and the Board of Supervisors for this recognition. We're deeply grateful to our foundation board, as well as the Prebis Foundation, for making these types of activities possible. And I'm really happy now to turn it over to Kat Soto Gomez, who's our faculty coordinator for the Roots of Justice program. We have with us also 3 of our students, Daniel, Timothy, and Ricardo, who are benefiting from this program. So Kat, take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I would also like to introduce Janice Kurth, President of MiraCosta Foundation. As Danae said, Mike Fino, Dean of Natural Sciences, Ricardo Sanchez, Timothy Jackson, and Daniel Clayton are our MiraCosta students and Roots of Justice staff. Thank you all for being here. I'm honored to accept this proclamation on behalf of Roots of Justice and those who have made this program possible. To our students, past and present, your dedication and passion are the heart of this program. Many of you have overcome significant challenges navigating barriers to employment, education, and reintegration into society. Yet through perseverance, you have transformed your own lives and inspired others to believe in the power of second chances. Your success is the true measure of this program's impact. To our nonprofit partners, thank you for your collaboration and commitment to making lasting change in our community. I also thank our amazing faculty, classified professionals, the MiraCosta College Board of Trustees, the foundation, and administrators for your unwavering support of student success. Special appreciation to the Strong Workforce Program, whose initial investment made this holistic workforce development opportunity possible. Your dedication to economic mobility has created a lasting impact for our students. To my family, thank you for your belief in the vision of Roots of Justice. Your love and support truly fuels this work. Roots of Justice looks forward to continuing to reconnect our disproportionately impacted students to nature, inspiring growth and cultivating healing through collective care, all while promoting the dignity of work. I'll close with the words of one of our students who best captures the transformative nature of this program. Roots of Justice planted seeds of equity and belonging in my life, cultivating both in the garden and within myself. Through its support, I found employment during my time in community college, rising above the label of incarceration to blossom into a valued member of society. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 more. Sorry.
Thank you.
The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Jim Desmond and Supervisor Joel Anderson, honoring Women's Indigenous Flag Football Team. Accepting the proclamation will be Keith Vasquez, Native Youth Foundation spokesperson.
Stand behind it.
All right, this presentation today is on behalf of myself and Supervisor Joel Anderson, who couldn't be here today. But this is the Native Youth Foundation entity here that we are honoring with a proclamation. So the mission of the Native Youth Foundation is to promote physical, mental, and spiritual health of Native and Indigenous children. The Native Youth Foundation empowers Indigenous youth by providing a positive, athletic, and educational experience, including sports seminars led by professional athletes and role models, free of charge to all the youth. The Native Youth Foundation aims to educate youth on substance abuse, nutrition, and other forms of counseling and advice available through seminars and other educational platforms. The Women's Indigenous Flag Football Team challenges youth to improve themselves physically through exercise and sports and education. We've got three players here in uniform. Thanks for being here. No practice this morning? No. Okay, good. All right. But we also have some of the foundation board members here today. We have Keith Vasquez, Johnny Hughes. Keith is actually the VP of Special Events. Johnny Hughes, a founder and board member. Noletta Reed is board member. Lorraine Orozco is board member as well. Michael Contreras, board member. I don't see the chairman. He's not. He didn't make it today. He's busy, huh? Okay. Okay. Well, and also very supportive is Steve Cope. He's the chairman of the San Pasqual Band of Indians. So women's flag football is one of the fastest growing sports in the United States. And the Native Youth Foundation's women's flag football team recently participated in a Celebrity Expo game, which was highlighted during Super Bowl week in New Orleans on February 5th of this month. The Olympic Committee has approved men's and women's flag football for the 2028 Summer Games here in Los Angeles. So another great sport we can all watch. It's a huge step forward for this popular growing sport and is incredibly important for athletes worldwide. So you're going to make it to the Olympics? Okay, all right. It's not that far. You get to LA pretty quick. But whereas the County of San Diego, we're committed to recognizing all those organizations that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service. And the Native Youth Foundation Women's Indigenous Flag Football Team is one such worthy organization. So therefore, be it proclaimed by this day of all the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on the 25th day of February 2025 that we commend Native Youth Foundation for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby proclaim this day, this to the ladies here, this day to be Women's Indigenous Flag Football Team Day throughout San Diego County. So let's go give them a hand. So Keith, you gonna get him to speak? All right, Keith Vasquez is gonna come up and say a few words. Tell us about the program.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Anderson and the county supervisors for recognizing this day. This is a great day today, so we'll tell you a little bit about our program. California Indigenous Athletes is a program based out of San Diego County who started our girls flag football team last year, our high school girls. And we take the girls from all over San Diego County reservations. We take them to compete at a high level around the Southern California and also the United States. This last February Super Bowl week, we were blessed to take our girls team out to the biggest stage of the week and put on an Indigenous celebrity flag football game to raise more awareness for flag football for Native American communities. So one of the reasons we started this program is to help our girls be more successful and just to be around a sport that will be in the Olympics, and we're hoping not hoping, but will and hope to train a girl that will be the next Jim Thorpe, hopefully, to represent our Native community inside the Olympics. So that's our goal for the program. And also, if you look it up, MMIW is a big stat for our Indigenous communities. It's the 5th ranked. California is the 5th ranked state for missing and murdered Indigenous women. So we like to, that's one of the things we have started our program to give positive outlets for our young Indigenous girls. So thank you guys for recognizing it, and we hope to see you guys in the Olympics 2028.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now. Okay, thank you. We will now proceed with non-agenda public communication. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on the meeting agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Under the board's rules, speakers can only speak once per meeting for non-agenda public communication, either at today's general legislative session or tomorrow's land use legislative session, but not both sessions. Speakers may select which session to address the board at their own convenience. To better facilitate the meeting for non-agenda public comment, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers by phone. The rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's session. Additionally, in accordance with board rules, in order to ensure timely completion of today's agenda, for any discussion item with 20 or more speakers, individuals will have 1 minute to share their opinion at the chair's discretion. A reminder that according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will receive twice the allotted time for their comments. And as a final reminder, according to the board's rules of procedures, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or do anything that disrupts the proceedings. If you disrupt the meeting, you will be given 1 warning. After that 1 warning, if you disrupt the meeting again, you will be directed to leave the chamber for the remainder of the meeting. Andrew, please call the speakers.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Excuse me. We have 24 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 11 in person, and 13 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and as the Vice Chair indicated, in accordance with the board's rules of procedure, we'll hear from the first 5 speakers in person, while the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. We'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Leah Hogue, Parita Javier, and Zora Fahim. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning. My name is Leah Hogue, and I have the honor of working alongside 66 others in the bargaining unit with the SEIU 221 to secure the best possible contract. Today, I want to focus on the critical issues of recruitment and retention, which are affecting departments across the county, especially within the sheriff's office. Non-sworn civilians, employees such as dispatchers, detention nurses, and licensing clerks play an essential role in public safety. However, I want to specifically highlight the challenges facing the crime lab. I have been a latent print examiner for 24 years with our crime lab. And in that time, I have never seen an exodus like the one experienced in the last 6 years. As of today, 40 lab employees will have left out of a total of 59. I'm referring to forensic evidence technicians, criminalists, and latent print examiners. This is an alarming trend that should concern the Board of Supervisors and all Sandy County residents. Training a new forensic examiner takes about 18 to 24 months and costs approximately $350,000. Yet many employees use our lab as training ground before leaving for other agencies that offer more competitive wages. This cycle of turnover is not only costly, but severely impacts our ability to process evidence efficiently. As a result, evidence sits unexamined, delaying identification of suspects, hindering prosecutions, and ultimately affecting public safety. When considering the contract request, I urge you to prioritize competitive salaries and benefits. We want to attract and retain skilled professionals. We must offer compensation package that...
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Say good morning.
Good morning.
And your name?
My name is Frida Barber.
Javier.
Javier. Ceramics manufacturing and kiln industrial activity, a home of occupation permitted to operate 5238 Streamview Drive, San Diego, California 92105. A neighborhood designated residential zone had been an environment air pollution program since 1984. Science through research and explains the hazards of ceramics, especially the burning and baking clay mixed with chemicals produces high toxic gases, which potentially impact the health and safety of humans, flora and fauna, and time environment quality are that sustain life. Is that there?
Continue. Continue.
Yeah. Allow me.
Thank you.
Thank you very
We'll now
much.
call the remaining speakers in person, Cesar, Javier, and Mark. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Cesar Javier. Sir Anderson, breathe the clean air, drink the clean water, eat the clean food, so you won't be a victim like us. Ceramics kiln manufacturing, kiln operation in a residential zone designated community. I asked the land use official and they said, it's no violation. It is exempt. That's the ruling of Air Pollution Control District, which to us in our attendance for almost 4 years, it is not an agency to fight climate change or air pollution. It is an agency established to collect money, permits. And the governing board leadership is meant to look into the rules and do the weightlifting rituals. Yes, without even understanding what the rules are. This is not the fuel. that is used to bake. It is the transformation from solid, wet with chemicals, metals like silica and lead. And what is the process at 2,000 to 2,004 degrees Fahrenheit? It becomes toxic gases. Sir, inhale the clean air, and you will be cured right away and join us here. My God, land use people points to air pollution control district. That's their issue. That's their concern. Environment and health from the county say, sir, go there. You kneel down. And we learn that air pollution control district is not meant to fight air pollution, but to collect money.
Thank you. Your time is up, sir. Your time is up. Next speaker, please. Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
I'd like to remind everyone there's no clapping in the chamber. So if you'd like to show your appreciation or your support for what someone said, you can do it silent like that or put a thumbs up, but we're not clapping. Thanks.
Mark, that's hypocritical, Tara. People have been clapping all morning. Now, quoting the Times of San Diego.com.
Sorry, could you please pause your comment for a second? Pause this time. I want to clarify, as I've stated many times, but just to remind folks, there might be some confusion on this matter. When we are doing proclamations, you can show your support with clapping. When we transition to public comment, and for the remainder of the board meeting, when we're talking about topics in front of the board, that's when we don't clap, and we try to be quiet to respect the speakers. So just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that we've now transitioned away from the proclamations and towards the business of the board meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's hypocritical. You can support people by clapping if you agree with what they're saying. Now, according to Times of San Diego.com, opponents say homeowners already pay for trash pickup through property taxes and thus would be charged twice for the same service if Measure B passes, end quote. Now, and I don't enjoy doing this, but Claudia should have informed you guys of this. Tara and Monica with Nora committed either negligence, gross negligence, or malfeasance. Now, basically, you need evidence of intent for this. Well, Jim Desmond proposed 2-3 months ago that our core functions be priorities, and you guys actually voted against that. And now they're proposing a trash fee, and we're $250 million in debt. And that's not because of any lack of federal funding. That's just simple corruption, and that they didn't get our core functions done. And if that was taken care of and there were extra things that you wanted to invest in, that would be different. But you aren't taking care of our core functions. Thanks for bringing that up, Jim. And now, when I was young, in like 1979, 1980, a lot of people don't know that you didn't just get food stamps now like an EBT card. People got apartments or rooms to rent. They got money for that. And there was no great debt. What's going on now with the inflation that's caused by the Federal Reserve and the wealth distribution being totally corrupted is just completely off the scale corruption. And nobody in government is addressing it. Nobody here will say a word.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. As the staff is bringing up the speaker's video, I want to note that what is about to be shown may be considered graphic for some of the viewers.
Hi, my name is Zora Fahim, president and founder of Los Angeles Alliance for Animals. Acts of cruelty against animals are now counted alongside felony crimes like arson, burglary, assault, and homicide in the FBI's expansive criminal database. Mrs. Reamer, what I hear you saying in my last public comment on February 11, 2025, after I presented the video of this horse with a broken leg that suffered an agonizing pain in your district, is that you're not listening to speakers. Deputy District Attorney Eric Bodner has never prosecuted Deborah Barkley for allegations of criminal animal cruelty of 40-plus horses on her ranch and has received almost 16,000 emails because he refused to prosecute this case. Take in mind, Deputy District Attorney Eric Bodner is the same DA that walked away from another hoarding case with 500-plus animals where a law enforcement deputy expressed severe concerns of animal cruelty on this ranch, where we had an emaciated horse dying and he walked away from it. We visited Artesian Road on February 24, 2025, and California animal cruelty statutes are being violated. District Attorney Summer Stephan refused to meet with animal advocates to receive information her own district attorney does not have. So what I'm hearing from you, Mrs. Reamer, is that if a child was being starved by a man in a home, you would say we are going to monitor the situation, considering a criminal act has taken place. It's been 1 year since this horse died of severe colic in your district, and 2 years this neglected horse that died of emaciation in your district under your watch. This horse laid in its feces, stuck in District 5, died an agonizing death because I allege you don't care about crimes towards animals in our community, because this could have been prevented if you took action. The horses and dogs need to be removed now on Artesian Road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Again, in accordance with the board's rules, we'll hear from the first 5 callers. All the remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We will start with our first caller.
Gambler here. I'm so glad I no longer need to curse at you guys. I just want to go ahead and let you all know what election law 18501 states. If you didn't, give me a second, let me find it. Here we go. Any public official who knowingly violates any of the provisions of the chapter and thereby aids in any way of the legal casting, attempting to cast a ballot, who continues to nullify any of the provisions of the chapter in order that fraud may happen. You are no longer able to hold office, Jim, and you could face 3 years in prison. Let me go ahead and explain why. I have asked the Board of Supervisors on, let me go ahead and figure out what day it was. Oh yeah, 6/4/2024. I asked you guys because the San Diego Board of Registrar of Voters refused to let me look at the signatures coming out of homeless facilities. You guys helped block them. You guys filed a restraining order on me to prevent that. We could also discuss 6/25, my favorite performance at the Board of Supervisors meeting. We could also discuss 7/16, where I said, what, not even one sentence, and I was kicked out without any explanation? And then the very next day, Tara, you had a meeting with me where you explained to me that you were wrong. And you don't have a choice but to vote yes on particular items. This was caught on tape from Luke Skywalker and Audra. Both of them because you had a meeting because you knew you fucked up the day before.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Okay, Consola here. Just wanting to remind everyone that their one world government, UN agenda for the 21st century is quickly rolling in. In some ways, it's already here. While the masses are being purposely distracted with current events or fighting on social media about the orange man in command, there was the One Government Summit that just took place in Dubai on the 11th to the 13th. I guarantee not many on the planet knew about it. Musk was virtually in attendance there speaking on, get this, for the United States to delete entire agencies from the federal government as a part of his push under the Trump to radically cut spending and restructure its priorities. So whether you hate him or worship him, the Cheeto Bandito is in fact just another pawn ushering in the New World Order. This is a great time to be alive. There are choices to be made. We can continue on the hamster wheel, living and complying to a corrupt governmental system, doing as they say, questioning nothing, just keep paying your taxes and believing in the illusion that one day you'll be financially and set and happy. Well, as long as this system exists, that will never happen. Their system was not designed to have you thrive. It's evident. Look around. Anywhere you go, the majority of the people you cross paths with is struggling in some way. Governmental solutions are a facade. These meetings are only to have us believing that their system is working. So unplug from your programming devices, especially the TV. Don't believe that you're being programmed. Google this number, US 6506148B2. It's no longer a conspiracy theory. Your television is a brainwashing tool used to manipulate you. Remember, you were not born to just pay bills and die. It's time for a new system. It's time for people to realize their power.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Paul Bold. Today we will look again at the Brown Act, which, as I have mentioned, is explicitly part of the Constitution and must be obeyed, although you keep breaking the law. The Brown Act was passed in 1953 as a response to legislatures and boards doing too much in secret, that the people should be in charge of what their elected officials do and not vice versa. Section 54950 says, in enacting this chapter, the legislature finds and declares that the public commissioners, boards, and councils, and other public agencies in the state exist to aid in the conduct of the people's business. It is the intent of the law that their actions be taken openly and that their deliberations be conducted openly. You are usually pretty good at publicizing the issues before and the results of the meeting, but do not always comply during the meeting. The latest violation was the February 11th, Agenda 10. Sarah offered an alternative motion to strike the recommendation and replace it with the words, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include advocacy and support for equal pay for women in sports in our adopted legislative program. Keeping the item title, which is not ambiguous about which act is referred to, nothing about equal pay, or for that matter, was there any evidence presented in the support. Brown Act prohibits action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. Section 54954.2A3. There are a few exceptions, none of which apply here.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. This is Laurie Palladino. We are calling in again today to express our deep concern for the horses currently languishing in untenable conditions on Artesian Road. These animals need to be removed immediately. They have suffered in inadequate conditions and have not had proper care. When will the San Diego County Board of Supervisors take animal welfare seriously? Those are sentient beings who can fall ill and suffer. They need proper food, water, and safe conditions in which to live. Please stop simply monitoring and please take action to save these horses and dogs on Artesian Road. The FBI runs the National Incident-Based Reporting System. The NIBRS has been collecting detailed data from participating law enforcement agencies on acts of animal cruelty. These include gross neglect, torture, and various forms of abuse. Prior to this year, crimes involving animals were lumped into an all other offenses category in the FBI's Uniform Crime Reporting Program's annual Crime in the United States report, a survey of crime data provided by about 18,000 city, county, state, tribal, and federal law enforcement agencies. Supervisor Tara Lawson-Remer is allocating $400,000 to inquire if we need more taxes. This seems to be a huge waste of funds. At least some of these funds could be allotted to the San Diego Department of Animal Services. This department is short-staffed, not adequately trained in investigations, and is failing the animals it was supposed to serve. We have no intention of stop calling in until there's some resolution for these poor animals. Please help. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Thank you. This is Peggy Walker. I want to express concern regarding the cannabis environmental impact report that's now under discussion. It's disturbing that this fails to provide assurance that our county's environment will be protected, especially in light of scandals rocking the cannabis industry statewide. Those scandals involve illegal pesticide use without penalty, rampant falsifying of test results, hiding the truth of toxic contamination in cannabis products that are passed on to consumers, all while regulators turn a blind eye, and water rights violations. In the midst of these fraudulent and ineffective statewide regulatory practices, the idea of adding 25 new businesses to our county's outback is unwelcome. If the state's regulatory system is failing public health and the environment, how can we be assured the county will have the resources and the will to do so? The EIR offers some mitigation alternatives, and no assurances these will be adequate or implemented with adequate oversight or enforcement, including some of the most common cannabis-related Environmental Protection Agency violations. These are related to improper cannabis waste disposal, runoff, mercury waste from indoor operations, for example, hazardous THC extraction chemicals, or toxic marijuana trim and residue throwaway. It doesn't assure adequate mitigation for the high energy uses of marijuana businesses, for light pollution, odor, noise, roadway safety, and potential adverse impacts on sensitive habitats or species, nor on community character. The best alternative proposed is the first one, and that is not to permit.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes and statements of proceedings for the sessions on February 11th and February 12th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Is there a second?
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Please do voice vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yep.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you. We now proceed with the formation of this consent agenda. The sheriff is requesting to withdraw item 1 on the agenda, so the remaining items will be considered for today's consent agenda. Those are items 2 through 5. All items on the consent agenda are routine and will be acted upon with one motion. Individuals can comment on the consent agenda after the supervisors pull the items they would like for discussion or make any comments. So would any of my colleagues like to pull any items or have any comments? Supervisor Anderson?
No.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
No need to pull, just want to make a couple comment on item number 4. I'm excited to appoint Joe Montenegro to the County Civil Service Commission. Joe is a resident of Bankers Hill who recently retired from the Southern California Gas Company, where he worked for almost 50 years. He most recently worked as their labor relations advisor, working on various employment issues ranging from collective bargaining negotiations to arbitrations. He has a rich history of public service that began in Imperial County, notably as the first Latino to be appointed by the governor to the 45th District Agricultural Association. He also previously served as the president and chair of the board of directors for the Sun Community Credit Union and the president of the board for the El Centro Regional Medical Center. He has many, many accolades, and I'm grateful for him for volunteering to bring his service, his commitment to public service over to the county, and I'm confident that Mr. Montenegro's experience and expertise to approach personal matters with fairness and an open mind, that we will benefit from that. Thank you, and I will move the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you. I have no comments and nothing to pull. Please. Oh, sorry, Supervisor Desmond. Nope.
Same.
Okay.
No
Same.
comments.
Okay.
But I'll second the motion.
And we have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, a second by Supervisor Desmond. Please call the public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 17 requests to speak on items on the consent agenda, 6 in person, 11 requesting to speak by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak on items on the consent agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I will be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please begin by stating your name for the audio record. Also, when speaking, please identify which item or items on the consent agenda you are speaking about. I'd like to first invite forward Catherine Rhodes, Mark, and allegedly Audra. I've called your name. Please come forward.
Hi, Catherine Rhodes. And first I want to say that your agenda documentation is not working. When you go to your documents and you click on it, none of the documents come up like they usually do, none of them. But what's good is I mentioned it to the clerk here, and they gave me an alternative place to find it. But I just wanted to tell you, I think, I don't know what you're going to do about it, because I couldn't prepare. I just prepared right now for 2 things I looked at. So the first one that I wanted to mention was item 5, communications received number 58, Corey Briggs lawsuit for the lease of American Airlines. I'm not sure what that is about, but I wanted to tell you that San Diego is one of 12 grandfathered airports that can have revenue diversion. Billions, tens of billions of dollars can be used for transportation in San Diego, according to the FAA's 2021 change on revenue sharing for transit to the airport. And I wanted to talk to staff. And I also wanted to mention that it's against my constitutional rights to be discriminated against. When people come here and clap for announcements, I should be able to clap also. So what I would like you to do, or somebody to do, especially my Supervisor, Chair Lawson-Remer, is to send this to your legal counsel so they could give you a clue. Send it to your court clerk so they could give you a clue that you can't discriminate against us. It's unfair. The other thing I wanted to mention was the item 5, communications received 3, Indian non-gaming reservation. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but it's in Valley Center. So I would say people maybe look at this. And at least they didn't have the periodic financial reports. I could always tell you how much cash you have and how rich you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, on item 2, these are some titles. This is the title of an article. These others are YouTube videos that you can see that relate directly to this topic. The Minds of Men is about a psychiatrist who was torturing children. The Psychiatric Association did not stop him. There are some times with different points you might want to check out. So, this is an amendment to the bylaws. It will seek and advocate for funding for ELC mixed delivery services instead of child care and child development. ELC stands for Early Learning and Care. The San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council is funded by the California Department of social services, and they use the ages and stages questionnaires. The VHCCYP program provides access to board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrists who complete timely psychiatric evaluations and provide follow-up care, including prescriptions for medications that support social and emotional health. The center facilitates access to psychotropic medication for youth, including the administration of long-acting injectable psychotropic medication when necessary. When a minor consents to or could have consented to care under state or other law, a provider cannot disclose information to the minor's parents or guardians without a release from the minor patient. In China, children belong to the state. If you allow California to control your children, they can do anything, and they know this. See article entitled State of Evidence for the Use of Psychotropic Medications. I held that up. Quote, psychotropic medications are commonly prescribed to school-age youth for the management of mental health concerns, end quote. According to research, 50% of mental health patients do not show a positive response to psychotropic medications. I'm out of time. This is totally wrong to medicate our children, to make money for the psychiatric.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person, Pam, Cesar, Javier, and Jennifer. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audrey. You want to know what they do with those psychotropic drugs? They give them to children who are being molested or raped, right? Which is, it's cool as long as they shut up and just hang out wherever they're been put instead of being put into a safe situation. It is very disappointing and unnerving to know how much pedophilia the County of San Diego is involved in by hiring these individuals to go and care for the kids, right? As long as you're really loving the kids. It's like promise to kids is like, we're gonna promise that we are going to abuse you when we take you out of an abusive situation. We want to make sure that you know that we love you, and that's how we're showing our love for you. And until the County of San Diego is going to address what's actually happening to the children in this county that are taken from their families, that have come across the border undocumented, you should not be having anything to do with children, nor should any, because how do we know that you're not hiring more pedophiles for this planning group, right? I mean, if we don't stop that from happening and the people are paying for these children to be abused and being given drugs, it's a problem. It's this huge problem that nobody ever wants to address it. We just kind of mow it over like whatever, and then you talk about kids like you really want to help them, but you don't ever address the abuse that takes place. And it's sad because it shouldn't have to be your child for it to matter. But it seems like that's what takes place. And then I don't even know, if you don't care about any kids, would you really care if your kid was? I mean, because a lot of people sell their kids into prostitution and different things, right? Give them up so they can cross the border here and to be trafficked. It's sad because America is the biggest consumer of child porn. And this is why the problem perpetuates.
Next speaker, please.
Pam, number 2, no. Government and child care should not be in the same sentence or paragraph at all. Parents, do not allow this government body to apply their authority into your family and especially pretend that they're going to care for your children. Public government schools are bad enough if you can avoid those. Parents, don't surrender care for your child to any government program. Exactly what what Audra said. It's ridiculous. And 3, no. Funny how the government is always CEQA exempt. You guys are probably causing more pollution affecting climate change than the rest of us public driving our gas-guzzling SUVs. And finally, I missed the meeting 2 weeks ago. Men are never and will never be women.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Royston. I would like to echo Mr. Mark and Ms. Audrey's comments on how everyone likes to turn their face on the human trafficking that is happening here in San Diego County. As long as your guys' pockets are filled, it's okay. What you truly are seeking, you will never get by the death of these children. It is your responsibility to make change, and that means going into your governmental offices, rooting out what President Trump is doing, rooting out those corrupt and evil individuals who are prospering on the death of our children. This is unacceptable. The fact that you can't call the cops and feel safe anymore in this city. I grew up in San Diego County. This was a beautiful, blooming city. It is scarce. Why? Because you guys failed to protect the children. You failed to protect the communities. You do nothing but sit here and ignore us. I want to see action. My children are in jeopardy, and it shouldn't matter that you make more money than me. This country was based on freedom. And shame on every single one of you that do absolutely nothing. Turn your face to the human trafficking, to the death of the children that are happening here. I don't know how you can sleep at night. I truly do not. God will prevail, and understand this. Most of you wear crosses around your neck. God will not forgive the evil deeds against children. And there is a God, and He is great. And He's sitting back waiting to see each and every one of you what you're going to do. And most of you only care about your own pockets. But you will still be the same turds you were.
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Cesar Javier. On number one, please, no trouble for this stuff, but rather bring our young people, these people here, to school at UCSD. Their presence in the county is a crisis. They should be here physically, mentally. You see, young sheriff? Or number two, it should not only policy change on child care and all this, but rules, governance to ensure that we have clean air, clean water. Look at our water authority, public utility. Ma'am Remer, City of San Diego is blackmailed. If only to continue that contractual money-making, milking cow. We need rules of leadership, rules that are dynamic, alive. Clean land, land use, clean land, rules to ensure that it's really clean. Tijuana, pollution, air pollution, land pollution, water pollution, including ocean pollution. Rules that makes this clean for decent home and suitable surroundings. On appointment, I have learned a lesson, many lessons at the governing board, planning board, policy board, hearing board.
Thank you. Your time is up. Now we'll hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Hello, my name is Madison, and I want to express my support for item 2 on the consent calendar. We should all be in favor of the regional Live Well San Diego vision of healthy, safe, and thriving communities. It is so important to assist county families with their child care needs and improve access to quality child care and early education programs. I have 2 children under the age of 5, so it is important to me that there is equitable access to services for every child, regardless of background, and give everyone the chance to grow up healthy, loved, and ready for school. In addition to early childhood education and development, it's critical that we emphasize substance use prevention for young children. The early years are a time when children are particularly vulnerable to environmental influences, and preventing exposure to harmful substances can have a lasting impact on their health and well-being. Programs that focus on substance use prevention, including education for parents and caregivers, help to establish healthy habits and positive coping strategies before children are exposed to risky behaviors. By integrating substance use prevention into the first 5 commissions' work, we are giving children the best chance to grow up in an environment that supports their mental and physical development, ultimately contributing to their readiness for school and their long-term success in life. The plan's goal to ensure that all children in San Diego County enter school ready to learn is vital to the success of our youngest residents and their families. I urge you to support this plan and its equity-driven approach as we work together to create a brighter future for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp, and I'm here today to speak on consent item number 2. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to the supervisors for those of you who do support the county's Child Care and Development Planning Council. Advisory groups like this are essential in assessing and addressing child care needs, as they often gather input from those with first-hand experience, which can be the most effective. I'd like to share my own experience. 8.5 years ago, I unexpectedly became the legal guardian of a 6-month-old child. As a working mother, balancing a job while caring for an infant, it was incredibly challenging. Thanks to programs like Live Well Regional, I was able to access affordable, quality child care, which allowed me to continue working while providing a safe and loving home for my child. As you discuss equity and inclusion in organizing this committee, I urge you to consider the membership breakdown, not only in terms of race, but also based on social circumstances. Specifically, I believe there should be a voice representing those in the foster care system, and it would be important to understand the reasons why children end up in the foster care system. According to the County Health and Human Services Agency, 79% of children in foster care are placed there due to parental substance abuse. This is a statistic that speaks to the importance of prevention education. Often, substance abuse could be prevented if parents were educated at an earlier stage about the risks and consequences of drug use. I strongly encourage this board to require that prevention education information about drug abuse be included in services, especially targeting marijuana use and the harms it can have in leading to addiction. In our case, marijuana was the first drug that our son's birth mother became addicted to, which ultimately spiraled into the use of other dangerous substances.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hobo, Tara, I hope you heard it was your second warning to obey the Constitution. Now, child care. The Appendix F membership list is segregated racially. People with good ideas shouldn't be excluded simply because they aren't the right color. The list says 11 out of 22 members, 50%, are white. So you are already violating your equity statement standard of 41% white. For instance, foster multiracial families may in fact know how to deal with problems common to all races better than families of one race only. Do we really want the kids to absorb the lesson, and they will, that their race alone can determine how their development and education work out in the long term? And imposing one set of developmental or educational standards cuts out people who think outside the box. What if newer technology rules are unable to compete or may simply fail easier, or you end up with a lack of scientific ideas or the inability to fully develop our natural resources? Please reject this proposed amendment. And shut down the Polinsky Center, by the way. too bad about the sheriff. I'd have liked to see them in kilts or have bagpipe band. 3, general services. Looks like a lot of needed renovations and repairs, which would save lives, injuries, and taxpayer money, waste, and lawsuits. I hope that no qualified out-of-town applicant is rejected, though, because of the huge 20% preference in the evaluation process to local, smaller, disadvantaged businesses. Such a rule applied automatically could result in a worse product.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle, and I called in to speak to item number 2. I would like to know more about the County Child Care and Development Planning Council than what I read about. And by the way, your system is down. You can't access the agenda items, larger description of each item, and it's been down for a while. I tried to look for tomorrow's as well. Thankfully, I read it over the weekend before it went down, but that's really a handicap for those of us who care about children and want to read about the county's activities related to them. And I want to thank you for your oral and dental health prevention recognition earlier in the meeting, because I agree with you, prevention begun early is the name of the game. So it was unfortunate when I read the Sandag report that said in this county, the average age of the initiation of alcohol and marijuana use is 12. Keep in mind, if that's the average, it means that that use is beginning earlier than that. And it becomes very important that this council, who's caring about children and child care, recognize that they need to add to their prevention agenda list of issues to make sure our parents are equipped with good alcohol and marijuana education materials so that they can interrupt this use. And those things that happen in childhood can often be irrevocable, especially the use of alcohol, marijuana, tobacco, and other drugs. And I think those of us who are committed to the Live Well goals need to recognize that. And I also would like to share with you that you could never underestimate the role that a council like this could provide. And I think it would be excellent if we could hear from them here at the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Megan Stewart, and as someone who has worked closely with youth, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to consent item number 2. As you consider amendments to the San Diego County Child Care and Development Planning Council, I respectfully urge you all to ensure that discussions of child welfare, safety, and development also include the risks of drug exposure, specifically marijuana. As marijuana is permitted and commercialized, marijuana use has become more prevalent, and studies show that secondhand smoke, accidental ingestion, and parental impairment pose real risks to young children. If the Child Care and Development Planning Council's mission is to identify and address child care needs, it should also be proactive in addressing how marijuana exposure affects the most vulnerable. I encourage you to make this a priority in future discussions, ensuring that our policies fully protect the health and well-being of all of San Diego's children. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hey, Gambler here. As I explained to you guys earlier, you guys have been blocking my ability to look and to expose election fraud. Only because you want to go ahead and push your crazy-ass agendas, and then you pile a bunch of stuff up into one vote. Like, for example, Jim, you want to go ahead and say that you were opposed to giving legal aid
Pause the speaker.
to...
Thank you. I just want to remind the speaker to please speak to any item on the consent agenda.
Okay, so I could talk about pot then, because pot was on there? I could talk about marijuana, because marijuana was on there. Or are you just targeting me because you're a fucking you know what you are. Which one is it? Curiosity. I want to fucking know because you are clearly targeting me.
Please pause.
So please.
Please pause the speaker's time.
Treat everyone same or treat, or don't fucking say a word.
Stop speaking. Thank you.
No, you fucking stop interrupting
That's your
me.
second warning. Your time is forfeited. Thank you.
Okay, and therefore I...
Go ahead. You can cut him off. Thanks.
Thank you. Now hear from the final caller this morning.
Tara, you are so wrong. Gunswallow here. It's always so sad to witness how this local government acts as if they care about the mental health of our children. They assist in facilitating with their delusions, like in being the opposite sex. How is that healthy? Kids are being overly drugged with things like Ritalin. Again, their solutions are a facade. Another thing to point out, places like Polinsky are hubs for predators. If government truly cared for our children's mental health, they wouldn't perpetuate a system that keeps the masses crazy and mad. Again, their solutions are a facade, a Band-Aid to the problem, never getting to the root cause of any problem. Why? Because government is the root cause of all of our problems, not marijuana, but government and big pharma. Prove me wrong and shut down Polinsky already. Disgusting. I'm done.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the items on the consent calendar. Before we go to the board's vote on the consent items, I do want to address a couple comments that came up from speakers about the availability of agenda materials. We have two websites that are available for the public to access the agenda materials. We have a legacy site that makes agenda materials available online that is working intermittently this morning. My team has been working with the county's IT vendor, Peraton, since we learned of this issue this morning. However, I do want to reiterate that the primary site that is available through our agenda management system, Granicus, is available and is working. All documents are available for the public to view. The links are also available through social media on our X feed, where we post where the board is at during the meeting. So we do want to reiterate that all the agenda materials are available through the main link on our website that says View Agenda Materials, as well as in the board chamber and in the clerk of the board's office on the 4th floor. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Any questions from my fellow board members regarding document availability? Okay, hopefully that was clear. Those were some good questions. I think it's obviously quite important that our documents are available and transparent, so please do not hesitate to reach out to the clerk if you can't find those documents. Andrew, do you want to just share your email or some mechanism for people to contact you?
Sure. Best way to contact us, the easiest one to remember, is public comment at sdcounty.ca.gov. It's public comment at sdcounty.ca.gov.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have a motion by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and a second by Supervisor Desmond to approve the consent agenda. Please vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Great, thank you so much. We now move to our discussion items. Items 9 and 10 were withdrawn from the final agenda. So today we'll hear items 6, 7, 8, 11, and 12. We're going to begin with item 6, notice public hearing, approving a transfer of property tax revenues from the County of San Diego and increasing the property tax allocation for the Valley Center and Deer Springs Fire Protection Districts. Before we turn to public comment, do we have any presentation from our team?
Yes, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. I'll turn it over to Andrew Strong, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer.
And thank you, Caroline, and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and members of the board. Good morning, and members of the board. The Board of Supervisors took action on October 8th to bolster the funding and sustainability of the Valley Center and Deer Springs Fire Protection Districts and enhance the level of service in the San Diego County Fire Protection District. Today, the board is being asked to adopt resolutions that will finalize the property tax reallocation for the Valley Center and Deer Springs Fire Protection Districts. I'm joined by Jeff Collins, our Director of County Fire, and I will now turn the presentation over to Jeff.
Thank you, Andrew, and good morning, Vice Chair and members of the board.
Last year, the board took action to increase the property tax allocation to 6% for the Deer Springs Fire Protection District and the Valley Center Fire Protection District. Both agencies were formed after the passage of Proposition 13 and currently receive just over 2%. Under Government Code Section 99.02, the county can transfer a portion of property tax allocation to another local government agency. As required by state code, public hearings for the property tax reallocation were held by the Deer Springs and Valley Center Board of Directors. On November 13th, 2024, the Deer Springs Board of Directors directed their staff to update their operating revenue expenses forecasts, and on December 11th, they approved an updated forecast for fiscal years 25-26 through 29-30, which included funding for a permanent fire station and apparatus replacement. On December 19th, 2024, the Valley Center Board of Directors approved a resolution for an adjusted property tax allocation to fund future station renovations, purchase new fire apparatus, expand community risk reduction programs, and increase daily staffing to enhance fire service levels. With both public hearings completed, the Board of Supervisors can now move forward with the resolutions to satisfy the conditions of Government Code Section 99.02. If approved, the Audit Controller will adjust property tax allocations, increasing the Deer Springs and Valley Center Fire Protection District's allocation to 6%, effective fiscal year 25-26. I'll now turn the presentation back to Andrew.
And thanks, Jeff. Today's recommendations include finding the adoption of the property resolutions of increased property tax allocations is not subject to CEQA, holding a public hearing to consider effect of property tax transfers, adopting a resolution regarding a transfer of property tax revenue for the Deer Springs Fire Protection District, and adopting a resolution regarding a transfer of property tax revenue for the Valley Center Fire Protection District. Vice Chair Lawson, and the members of the board, this concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Great. Supervisor Desmond.
I have some comments after speakers, but I did have a question on this item. This is where, when we voted for this in October, we voted this item, it included an increase for CAL FIRE, for paramedic fire engine in Palma Valley and East Otay Mesa. So that's not included in today's item, so I want to ensure that that is still in the works, that it's happening, it's not being pulled out for any reason.
Supervisor Desmond, thank you for the question. Yes, recommendation number 3 from the October action, that action at that time was sufficient for a one-time action, so that is still part of the plan as approved by your board in October. The remaining actions today needed subsequent actions by other agencies, so I will turn the rest of that answer over to Andrew.
Just a little, so is this going to be, so are the CAL FIRE, the paramedic fire engine going to be in the upcoming budget?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to get that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further questions, first we'll go to public comment, and then we'll hear any comments from my colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 10 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 3 e-comments, all of those in favor. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 6 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Mark, Oliver Twist, and Joe Napier. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Mark, so I basically agree with transferring some money. I don't agree with the way it's completely with the way it's being used, because you guys are not addressing that the people who have the main opportunity and motive for causing the fires is the UN and their UN agenda, where they openly say that they want people out of the rural areas. And these are the people with the most money in the world, so if they want somebody out to promote their agenda, so that they also want to disarm the United States and all the countries, and they want people out of their cars. When you limit movement and people are not armed, they don't have free, and the economy is collapsing. No one in government is addressing the Federal Reserve that's causing inflation. So obviously this causes a collapse, which is what they want. We're the beacon of freedom that would have saved the world. People need to see Rosa Koire's video, part 1. People need to see, that talks about the UN agenda. It's the best overall. This is not a made up thing. Here, Alabama is against Agenda 21, or against UN agendas in government. So is Tennessee. These are real things by our government, different states. This is about UN stealing land with this UNDRIP thing. This is Sandag doing it right here. Nora was the chair of Sandag. And at 1 hour and 22 minutes and 50 seconds, you can see them limiting our movement. This is a meeting right here in San Diego doing UN agendas. Mayor Bill Wells said this, and you can see that interview. This is our debt, unbelievable. Go to usdebtclock.org. Zeitgeist, see this from 6 minutes, 40 seconds to 24 minutes. That'll open your eyes. The whole monetary system's corrupt.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Vice Chair Lawson Remer and Board of Directors. My name is Joe Napier. I'm the Fire Chief of the Valley Center Fire Protection District, and I'm here to speak about item number 6 on the agenda. Deer Springs and Valley Center Fire Protection District are the last 2 districts in the county to be brought up to what is now the low bar for tax apportionment throughout the county. We have been operating since 1981, 1982, our district, Deer Springs Fire Protection District, and Elfin Forest Fire Protection District, Harmony Grove Fire Protection District, came into existence post Prop 13. And the County Board of Supervisors and those districts negotiated for a 2% of the 1%, not realizing over 40 years later what we would be. No longer a cow town, no longer an agricultural town with a few people living, a few farmers living in a community. Valley Center, Deer Springs, and Elfin Forest now are thriving communities with thousands of people, with infrastructure that deserves and demands a high level of fire protection, paramedic services, and rescue. The Valley Center Fire Protection District ran over 2,200 calls last year. 425 of those calls were providing mutual aid to the region, which means we go out, we train, we play, we practice, we break bread with our fellow firefighters throughout the county. We also sent units up to the Palisades Fire. And so we share in the global fire protection of the county. We share in the mission of the county to provide the very, very best public safety and services in partnership with our tribal agencies, in partnership with CAL FIRE, County Fire, and all the municipal agencies in San Diego County. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate you. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the final speaker on this item in person, allegedly Audra.
Hi, good morning. Oliver Twist here. I am in strong support of this. These communities have been under-resourced and underfunded for too long. I'm actually shocked it's taken this long to get this. And I also would suggest at this time that you consider moving this to 8 to 10% to get them up where they need to be. I was up at Valley Center not long ago, and I was really surprised how much development is going on up there and the new housing, and with that needs for services, especially since so much of that area is in a very high fire severity severity zone. At this time, I would be remiss also if I did not bring up opportunity cost. These Deer Springs and Valley Center have gone unfunded and underserved for too long because you've been diverting money to other things like illegal immigration, the defense, and also the immigration centers. That is money that was taken from the mouths of these communities. That's unacceptable. And I'm asking you please to reconsider going forward opportunity cost. Lastly, also, Chair Reamer, Tara, I would ask that you pay attention to speakers. I don't expect your eye contact for the whole 2 minutes, but you didn't even look up when Mark was speaking. And whether they come here regularly, it's almost, what do we have to do? Do I have to get on a bus bench to get you to look at me? Do I have to get yellow and purple shirts, paid and pandered to be on my side for you to pay attention to what I have to say? I am asking for equity in the meeting and also with the clapping to bring that back. You cannot sit there and say clapping is not disruptive for things of your choosing, but it is when we the people speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. If she took off her shirt, Tara, would you then pay attention? Probably. Anywho, so it's interesting what's going on with fires. We should actually be making sure that we're fully funding the fire department, but you know that doesn't seem to be happening on a massive scale. They're actually taking away funding many times, and even, you know, Randy Moore in Washington will tell the firefighters to stand down and not actually go to a fire while it's burning, which is interesting. And then they'll just like get totally out of control and people die, and it's like, who cares, right? I mean, because that is the UN agenda, to get people out of the unincorporated areas. And, you know, it would be nice if we actually acknowledge that kind of stuff. And like the fact that, I tell you all the time, but the chemtrails and the nanothermite that is sprayed all over the place, making it so that fires just go out of control. But also, it's like, you know, if they want something to burn, it'll burn. And that's why they use directed energy weapons as well, which is interesting because these fire zones shouldn't look like a war zone with like cars flipped over and stuff and just the heat that's burning. I mean, trees from the inside out, right? That's totally normal. And, you know, it is sad because it's like, you guys always think these things are conspiracy theories, and you know, you act like you want to protect the people, but then you don't really address the real threats that are coming down the pipe. And it's interesting to see that all the places that are burning or will have like, you know, some kind of natural disaster through weather warfare is going to be a smart city. So it'll be interesting to see when San Diego burns or has another flood, right, that's natural and not weather warfare, to put in your little smart city. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Dory Rattray, and I want to sincerely thank the board, especially Supervisor Desmond, for the financial support of Valley Center Fire Protection District. This support is essential to the support of a growing community of Valley Center. We have grown from 8,000 community members in the 80s when this portion was allocated to 25,000 community members today. As we grow and you approve additional housing in Valley Center, we hope that you will grow your support as well. You're making a monumental step to making Valley Center safer for generations to come. So thank you, board, and a very special thank you to Chief Nager for his vision and his tenacity for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo here. So amen to Oliver Twist, Mary D. Again, temporary solutions. We have lithium bombs on the streets and the battery storage facilities being purposely placed in areas where they want people out of. I mean, everything is so backwards, and it is very evident at this point that this whole UN agenda thing is already here. taking place, and it's sad that the masses don't know this. They haven't caught on, but it is time to wake the people up. So I urge the people listening in, if you haven't heard about the UN agenda for the 21st century, it's time you get to know what, in fact, they have planned for all of us, especially the pawns on the dais that are pushing these policies that will soon affect them and their loved ones, if they haven't already. So, that's all I got on this. Have a great one.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond, you had a comment?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate it. So I just want to say thank you to staff for your work and your continued effort on this. Increasing the revenue to the Valley Center Fire Protection District and the Deer Springs Fire Protection District is critical to our regional fire safety. Chief Napier and Chief Morrison and their teams have done an excellent job with resources that they have, and we're grateful for their service. And I just want to emphasize the regional. A fire starts anywhere in the county. It doesn't know any boundary lines. It's where the wind's blowing, and we really have to make sure all fire protection districts have the resources they need to prevent any fires. But Valley Center specifically, they've experienced exponential growth in the recent years, and much of that growth has been county approved and supported. But even with that growth, they were still only getting 2% of the property taxes. And I think we have a responsibility to support that growth, particularly with fire, with resources, or these resources, the increased tax increment. By increasing both Valley Center and Deer Springs up to 6%, which Chief Napier mentioned, this is the percentage that the county actually gives itself. This is the number that we actually get. And so it still only brings them up to the lowest bar, to the lowest number, where the county average for most of the other fire districts is like 12%. So at least this brings these two districts up to par with the county. They were down at 2%. So I want to thank you, everybody, for showing up, and thank my colleagues for supporting this in October. With that, I'd like to make a motion to support this item to increase the property tax allocation for Valley Center and Deer Springs fire protection districts.
Any comments from any of my other colleagues? Okay, I'm going to say a couple words. I was not a fan of this when it came to us initially. I think my concerns have only deepened over the last many months as we've looked at a budget deficit looming. I'm concerned that we transfer significant funds out of our county's tax base without really any quality control or ability to ensure that residents are getting the services that they deserve and need. So I can understand that this was moved forward, but I thought before and I still think now, it really doesn't make a lot of sense for making sure that we have strong fire protection across San Diego County. So I am not going to be supporting that today. You'll second the motion? Okay. So we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Any other comments from anybody? Okay. Thank you. Please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
No.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes with Vice Chair Lawson-Remer voting no, all other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to discussion item 7, which is the notice public hearing for TEFRA, the issuance of revenue obligations by the California Enterprise Development Authority for the benefit of EDCO Refuse Services Incorporated, Burtech Waste and Recycling Services, Burtech Environmental, Burtech Recovery and Transfer, Gemco Equipment, Sanco Services, and our related successor entities in an aggregate maximum stated principal amount not to exceed $73,500,000. We'll begin with public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 6 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 7 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Both speakers are in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward. I'd like to invite Mark and allegedly Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
Mark, since the people are about to vote or have the opportunity to vote, most of them don't know they can, on the upcoming trash collection fee that never existed before in my lifetime. That was always just included in taxes. And the idea that your trash wouldn't be picked up was never even thought of. So this is the company that's doing it, that does our trash collection. It says the proceeds of revenue obligations will be loaned to the bar to, 1, finance, refinance, and reimburse the cost of the acquisition, construction, installation, improvement, and equipping of solid waste disposal facilities, including but not limited to improvements to existing buildings, conversions of existing diesel fleet to renewable natural gas, and then it goes on blah, 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 and gets down to acquisition of collection trucks. Now, since the amount is about to double, I don't think you guys should be voting on this right now at all. I don't want to give any money to this company. People don't know, and this is very important. People get notices in the mail. Everybody in San Diego City just got one for the water rate increase. And everybody just sees it, and it says it's being increased, and they go, damn, and they throw it away, like thinking there's nothing they can do. Most people, and people I know, have done this and didn't see, read further down on the page, that there's a protest. It's like 3 lines long. You print your name, you print your address, and you sign it. If you send it to the address it says, which is a clerk of the court address, the water rate will not increase. It is the same for the proposed trash collection fee. That will be $636 per person in San Diego on their property tax. If when you get that notice, you fill that little cutout and send in that protest at the bottom, they cannot raise it. This is a scam. You shouldn't vote on this until this is done.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. Mark is so right. I feel like this is double dipping. It's like, we're going to give them this money, and then they're going to charge the people more. It's kind of like SDG, and we're going to come above, our budget so that, we can get money that'll be below the budget, and then we get to just pocket the rest. And it's like, recycling is a scam. It is very disturbing to manipulate people into believing that they're going to save the planet if they just pay a little extra money and recycle items that are just going to go into the trash anyway. I mean, it's ridiculous how many scams take place, not only in this county, but the nation and the world, because, people love to manipulate people and get them to do whatever they want them to do. And so if they're going to be double dipping, I think that you shouldn't vote on this, like Mark was saying, and wait until that measure passes or doesn't, so we know how much money are we really going to need to give them. And it's ridiculous to think that we're going to be giving them, because this is going to pass, because you guys don't bring stuff forward unless it passes, $73+ million, and then how much are they going to get from the people? And then it's like, oh my gosh, if you don't pay that new fee, we're going to take your home. How cool is that, right? And then it just goes to the county, and then you guys will, take the money from it, and who knows what, put it in somebody's pockets. It would be interesting if you guys actually did stuff that was beneficial to the people, right? Like benefit, like homelessness, right? Like, wouldn't it be cool if we actually helped the homeless? How cool would that be? And that it didn't just go into the pockets of other people. But, why would we do that? The idea is not for the government to be on your side. The government is set out to destroy everything. And that's why I just like to tell you guys, you're doing a fantastic job doing that. You're doing very good, Monica. It's good. Yeah. Proud of you guys.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will start with our first caller.
Paula Bold. Let's see. Reviews about EDCO include frequent complaints about trash not being picked up on scheduled days, leaving trash sitting out for extended periods. 2, difficulty reaching customer service representatives, long wait times on the phone, and unhelpful responses to concerns. 3, reports of drivers not properly handling bins, leaving trash scattered, not following proper collection procedures. I mean, why do we have trash services in the first place if they're going to scatter it around or not pick it up and let it rot? Also, some users find the pricing for their waste services to be relatively high. And I'd agree, given the above shenanigans. Why do these unreliable waste services need money from bonds that you approve? 73.5 mil to have performance conditions if you're going to approve this for our benefit. I think you can do better than approving the huge bond issue for a company that does not perform well. Why do you want to stick taxpayers with the burden of paying these bonds back plus the interest? Please refuse EDCO refuse. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. I'm sorry, really quick. What item are we on? Andrew, please.
On item 7.
All right, so item 7, it's regarding trash or something like that, right? Trash?
That's correct.
Okay, bonds exceed for, EDCO, yep. Okay, so here we go. I also wanted to point out, especially for San Diego, City of San Diego residents, how, things regarding the trash fee will be going up. If that doesn't concern you, I just want to point out to the people that over the span of 10 years, you will eventually have paid $60,000 to have your shit thrown out by the trash. And that's just exactly, holy moly, when you put it in that, way, and from that perspective, that's a whole lot of trash. That's a whole lot of our money being thrown in the trash, pun intended. That's all I have to say about this item, and people better wake up because that is going to be coming soon. All righty. That's all I got.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any comments on item 7?
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond. I'm happy to second. This motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by myself. Please call the vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to item 8. Notice public hearing, TEFRA, issuance of revenue bonds by the California Public Finance Authority for the benefit of Provident Resources Group and its subsidiaries in an aggregate amount not to exceed $120 million. We'll now turn to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 7 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 4 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 8 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by those in opposition. As a name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to first invite forward Catherine Rhodes, followed by Mark, and allegedly Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I came here today because, of course, I couldn't figure out what this item 8 was, because what I don't like, and this is something for the clerk, is that you don't say what the, I would like them to say that it's at notice of public hearing, issuance of revenue bond for the Providence Resource Group Incorporated. But then when you look at it, it's at 6650 Montezuma Road. And it seems like people at the college area would have actually came here if you put it on the agenda. Just put the property on the agenda so we know where it is. And also, it's also called like Oasis something. And so my thing is, of course, I'm into for affordable housing, but then some of this, I guess, is going to be short-term rentals. And it's supposed to be affordable housing. So is this going to be like hostel housing or something like that where it's going to be cheap? So people who need an emergency can actually rent it for low income. And so I just want to make sure that this is actually low income. You're giving them an opportunity to have, private people, an opportunity to have $120 million in bonds. $120 million in bonds. That seems insane. Of course, since I am not prepared, I can't say exactly what the cost per unit is, but it would be nice if we knew what the cost per unit is. So just my thing is that for the clerk, please just put it there, because I thought this was, when I saw this in the units, I was like, oh my goodness, this is that PB 23-story thing over on Turquoise Street. So that's what I was thinking of, and I couldn't figure it out until this morning. So that's my thing. Please make it clearer on here where the location is. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Mark, or allegedly Audra, please come forward.
Mark. So the problem with this is the problem with every other low-income housing project. Basically, there are contractors, there are middlemen, there were consultants when the whole thing was being considered with the city or the county, and a lot of people in the middle making money. It's very profitable, and there aren't very many low-income houses that are required for a building. This is the lowering of our standard of living. For one thing, the middle class, if you see the video, Wealth Inequality in America, it'll show you graphs of how we're just not making enough money for people to afford to live here. And not everyone, but of course, it's eroding the middle class and the poor completely. And so low-income housing, it takes 2/3 of the rent. Like the low-income housing person pays about 1/3 of the rent usually. The other 2/3 are subsidized by us taxpayers. That's unsustainable. And of course, since the wealth distribution in the country is completely off, and you can see a graph of it in that video on YouTube, Wealth Inequality in America. So since that's completely off, the middle class is going to keep disappearing, and more people are going to become homeless, especially if you do this trash collection fee. A lot of people on fixed incomes that could pay their property tax won't be able to. But so anyway, the end result is that more and more people become homeless, and the middle class becomes less capable of supporting it and subsidizing the 2/3 of the rent. And that doesn't even need to be. I've told you at least 20 times that you could 3D print rooms, about $2,000 each, and you don't have to subsidize the other 2/3. There is no rent for them. You let the poor people use it. Don't charge any any taxes to their.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra, so that's $659,340 per unit. How cheap is that? I mean, that's like a good deal here in San Diego, right? How many square feet is that? Seems like, how cool for them to get $120 million. Interesting how much money we pretend to not have for other things that we need, but then we're willing to give $120 million to a company that's going to pretend to provide affordable housing. Again, quit using that word, because it is not affordable. I mean, why do we think that everybody is leaving San Diego? Because the prices just keep going up, right? Intentionally so, because we can't have people, you know, living on their own and supporting themselves. They have to be reliant on the government or our plan will not work, right? Oh, man, those 15-minute cities are going to be expensive, especially when we have to pay our little fee just to leave it. Will we even be able to? Who knows, right? But it'll be cool as long as we get our sewer water and, you know, chemtrails all up and poisoned, and then, you know, just put humans in the food. It's good. As long as we're just, you know, engaging in all of these satanic rituals. It's pretty cool, right? And injecting in ourselves with children is, you know, baby fetuses, and then also just putting that in the food. It's cool. It's like, I mean, you know, this is what the world's all about, is making sure that, you know, nothing ever really moves forward. It just always is constantly, you're on like a treadmill going to nowhere. Maybe we should just get hamster wheels. Maybe that would be good to spend the money on. I feel like we could just really keep people occupied in there, and they could feel like they're moving forward at some point, but they really aren't, right? It's great deception. So good on you guys for spending more of our money that's going to go to shit.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Start with our first caller.
Bold. The letter says, although it's not actually documented by the company, so I don't know how reliable it is, at least 9 of the 55 apartment units planned will be very low-income units. Very low-income, they say, is 50% of the area median income of $119,000 for SD County. At least 10% will be low-income units, 19 units. Low-income being considered 80% of the 2024 AMI. The remaining units are student housing and considered transient units, which is probably not AMI. Not much of a guarantee of low-income housing. This is not low-income affordable housing, in fact. Reference www.hud.gov. Affordable housing. Affordable housing is generally defined as housing on which an occupant is paying no more than 30% of gross income for housing costs, including utilities, by the way. If this is meant to help the affordable housing crisis, it won't. You should go with cheaper things like 3D printed housing, shipping crate houses, tiny houses, or even Adobe houses. Not waste taxpayer money on supporting bonds like this. Why do you want to stick taxpayers with the burden of paying $120 million of these bonds back with interest? The applicant doesn't even bother to show how they support our housing goals. I mean, be serious, please. You know, stop giving our money away to these rich developers who just screw us over. Thanks.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo here. So what I wanted to say was not many realize it's all by design. And thank you, Mark, for not giving up and continuing to provide information to the people, even the people who don't truly aren't, I don't want to say deserving of it, but aren't appreciative of it. And especially the people who chime in to these meetings just to be entertained. I truly hope they're listening and not just watching. Because it's really time to be active in exposing the fraud of government and of this system. And yeah, these items are just a joke. We know that they're never going to have enough homes or solve homelessness because it's all to facilitate the bigger agenda. And it's lucrative, too. So these people are getting money, and pockets are being filled, and it's just, you know, like I said to one person at the point in time count, you know, I hate to break it to you, but homelessness is lucrative in our county, and they're just getting money. It's like a cash cow, money, 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 and they give you guys Pop-Tarts, and they give you guys moldy tents to live in, and they don't give a shit about the homes. They don't give a shit about the people. They just continue to do nothing on our dime. What else do I have to say that I've already said 1,000 times before? Yeah, everything is, and we pay for it all. You know, we allow it. We continue to allow this, and until the more people wake up, or at least the people who are awake speak up. And, you know, it's time, because there's so many who are awake, and they're just fearful of people like Tara silencing them. Don't be afraid, man. Speak up. It's time. We are...
Thank you, and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp has a comment.
Yes, I just have a quick question, and it's around the 154 remaining units that are classified as visitor accommodation units. I wanted to know if these units will be set aside for student housing, or and what the AMI limits for them would be. What is the, just a little bit more detail on that.
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. I'll have Damian Quinn, the Director of our Office of Financial Planning, answer that.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp and members of the board, thanks for the question. So the deed restriction on the property specifies the income limits applicable to the units, and so the approximately 154 units as classified as visitor accommodation units are expected to be deemed student housing and exempt, will qualify as low-income or affordable housing, since most of the students are under the AMI.
What AMI limits specifically? There are a few different categories, so.
So it would, low income.
Okay, which is the below 60% or below, or what is it? Is it just below 100% or?
Yeah. Let me bring Eric Aragon up to help assist with this question.
Okay,
I just want to make sure that you get the right answer.
Okay.
Good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair and Supervisors. Your question related to the number of units that would fall under the AMI. It will be in the 80% AMI category while they are student housing. If they are converted to normal occupancy units or rental housing, they would fall under a conversion clause under the deed restriction, which would change their AMI. I think it would be more restrictive and then fall to the lower 50%.
Okay, if it's converted, it
That's
falls
correct.
lower,
If it's
not
converted.
higher. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and just last question. Is there, once if this goes through, will this board be informed of any type of conversion or change from anything that is presented to us today?
That is governed by the deed restriction that's already recorded on the property, so I believe that is true, yes.
Okay. All right. For these, especially when it comes to low-income housing, I would like to have more detail. I know that this is a concerted effort along with the state, so we will be communicating with the state about some additional detail that we would like to see with the approval of these bonds. But for now and for this, I will move the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments by my colleagues?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Please vote.
Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, upon request by one of my colleagues, we're going to take a quick 4-minute break. We have to break for anyone to get up in order to preserve quorum. So we'll be back in 4 or 5 minutes. Okay, thank you all. We're on to 9, 11. Okay. Yeah, noting items 9 and 10 were withdrawn in the final agenda. So item 11 is supporting safer practices when citing battery energy storage system projects. That will begin with public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 16 requests to speak on this item, 9 in person and 7 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 21 e-comments, 17 in favor, 3 in opposition, and 1 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 11 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We will begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Mark, Oliver Twist, and Joe Napier. If I've called your name, please come forward. We'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name.
Okay. Mark, so Consuela's right. Government is not here to help us. Here's your book on this item, and it states 11. Under current state law, eligible private-initiated battery energy storage systems, BESS, projects may be approved through the California Energy Commission's opt-in certification program, going through this state process in lieu of obtaining any local permits that may be required. Although not commonly used, it may become more lucrative, making money, as local jurisdictions begin implementing stricter rules for BESS projects. So this is lucrative, and the state has a way to bypass all of the usual problems and regulations. The state really sucks. They don't care about our health. They don't care that these start fires that can't be put out. I'm sure, as Consuela said, there will be ones going off in the rural areas as well as other places because they don't care about the people at all. And as an example proving that, this board actually received a letter. This is the letter from Beatrice Golan on 5G and how dangerous it is. And she didn't used to be a head of research at UCSD. She presently is, as far as I know. She has been for a long time, certainly since long after this was put out. And absolutely, the world's leading expert said that 5G is dangerous. Likewise, these systems are dangerous. They have toxic gas that can go into the residential areas. The fires can't be put out. They can start a fire all over the place. It's just not a good idea, and the state doesn't care about us. And now they've streamlined it, so if you use the state method, you don't have to go through.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tell Joel not to eat.
Next speaker, please.
On camera.
Vice Chair Reamer and Board of Directors. Joe Napier, Fire Chief, Valley Center Fire Protection District. We have a BESS battery energy plant called Terrigen in town. It was placed on commercial property, which we believe is appropriate for BESS energy plants to be placed. We're in favor of green energy. The Fire Protection District is not in favor of placing BESS energy plants on agricultural land, specifically those that share groundwater with the flowers that you put in your living room, the strawberries that you feed your children, any of the food that a better battery energy storage fire would release into the groundwater. It is appropriate for photovoltaic systems to share farmland. It's appropriate for those types of energies to share farmland. It's not appropriate for battery energy companies to come in and entice farmers to give up farmland in lieu of battery energy storage for the funds to entice them against the cost of water. And so what we're asking is that we take a safe approach, that the Board of Directors really looks at making sure that these plants end up in industrial areas and in commercial areas that do not have high groundwater, that don't share groundwater with food sources or sources of agricultural entities that would end up in your home. It would be no different than placing a battery energy storage plant in the poinsettia fields or in the Carlsbad flower fields. Let's not do that. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speaker in favor, Catherine Rhodes. Catherine will be followed by the individuals in opposition. The first three speakers are Jim Whalen, allegedly Audra, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Hi, good morning. Oliver Twist, strongly in favor of this item. We do need much more regulation on BESS. We've seen many things where they're out of control. There have been so far over 90 lithium-ion battery fires at BESS facilities. And in fact, this is made even more timely due to the fact that the Moss Landing that had once been put out now reignited. They already have documentation of the polluted watershed in that area. The shortcomings of purported green energy become even more apparent each day. day, from heavy metals to toxic smoke. And it's our local communities that are left to pay the price. So please, I'm asking you to really strongly, even putting more regulations on these. That would also include a per capita or per square mile limit. Because Valley Center has one, I believe that one already caught on fire, and now they want to have a second one. I'm in Alpine. We have 2 proposed within 4 miles of each other, and I'm asking for, again, some regional equity to spread these projects out and to make sure that not one entity is actually just overly burdened with this. They are not, I believe that they actually are just a money-making thing to perpetuate, and when you do weigh the whole factors of procurement, production, disposal, that they actually will be approved, just like the windmill in Mojave, or the wind farm, or whatever that was, solar farm in Mojave, that they've actually had to shut that down because it did not pencil out to the promises that were made. So please rethink best, because the rural communities are one paying the price. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Catherine Rhodes, and I'm, of course, not really prepared to speak about this, but it's very important. So, I just didn't even know what BESS was, which is Battery Energy Storage System. And it seems like right now that when people try to get a battery storage, they could get ministerial approval instead of discretionary approval. Ministerial approval has to be, if they pay the money and fill out their paperwork, it's required for them to be able to get their building permit. But if it was discretionary review, which it should be because these are very dangerous things, it would be able to come to you individually so you could actually see what's going on. So since I'm not prepared, I don't know how many BESS facilities are in San Diego County currently. Not sure. I'm not sure if you have it in your backup documentation. How many fires have we had in San Diego County in BESS facilities? That's something that I would like staff to tell us, if somebody could ask that question. How many are planned? And where, and where are these locations for these BESS facilities? I would like, I don't know if you have a map of them, but I would like there, maybe when this comes back for the second reading, if it's going to, you guys could include the maps of the location and more information on here, because I don't know, and I'm not, other people know more about this than me. So how many fires have been in San Diego County in these BESS facilities? How long has the fire lasted? Where are they planned? Where are they now? Why are they getting ministerial review for these dangerous things? That's terrible. I'm not sure if there's going to be a change in the law. Is there? I'm not sure. So maybe if somebody could kind of present this, I would, of course, like the presentation on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The average citizen, Pam, me, doesn't really understand what all is going on here, but obviously this is a whole dangerous agenda that doesn't care about humans at all. Because the danger and risk is so high that you think, okay, we'll just have local control, that'll make it easy. And the fire individual said, oh, well, commercial land, but let's not put it where strawberries are. Okay, what land in the county would be considered okay? I mean, up in the mountains where we hike, or, oh, I know, near the border would be perfect, like right next to the wall. How is any of this going to be safe at all? It won't be. There's no 100% safety. There's no 100% guarantee to protect humans. Honestly, I don't care about the wildlife if humanity is not going to be protected first and foremost. And also, who is liable should these projects ignite, explode, or whatever can happen? Again, I'm an average citizen, resulting in harm, damage, destruction, loss of income because evacuations are needed from businesses, from homes, loss of health or loss of life to people. Who's responsible when this happens? We had the Otay Mesa one that burned for 2 weeks. You had the one in Escondido where people had to be evacuated from homes, from their businesses. Did you guys reimburse them for loss of income? Did you pay for any medical visits that they had, maybe for a respiratory disorder, acute respiratory disorder? The highest possible standards for BESS installations must be established to guarantee human safety without compromise. but that's not going to be done here, even with local control. People will still be at risk. These things are abhorrent, they're ugly, they're dangerous, they're absurd. And is this for climate change over humanity?
Next speaker, please. Go ahead and call the remaining speakers in opposition, Corey Schumacher and Lauren Cazares. If I've called your name, please come forward.
My person uses the name Audra. I love how you guys, man, it is just so disturbing that we're even talking about this, that we're like trying to make a way for this toxic, totally dangerous infrastructure to be placed around. It's like we can't even put these fires out. And you're concerned about fires, but then you're willing to put out this type of infrastructure that causes it. And if anybody dies because of your choices, you should absolutely go to jail for not protecting the people and worshiping your climate god over the safety of human beings, even the land. It's like, it's toxic to the land, but like, let's find a space where we can put it that it's still gonna be toxic, but that's okay, right? Because we're saving the planet by destroying it. And we're, bringing in an energy source that is literally, I mean, I guess if it's just like a fire source, right? Then it can be like we're just, keeping everybody warm, right? It'll be reminiscent of hell. It'll be cool, right? Because this is like hell. It's, all the things that you guys do. Because really, maybe you should put them in your home and then sleep right next to it, right? And then maybe it'll combust, because that seems to be what happens. But that's not a problem, right? Why would you guys care? Will you care when somebody's life is lost due to this? Will it matter then? And then maybe you'll be like, we're really gonna do what we need to make sure this doesn't happen again. Like, you guys are literally putting people in danger with this kind of stuff. And it's all literally because you worship the United Nations whole plan. And you're selling the people out all the time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Corey Schumacher. I'm here representing IBEW 569. We represent 3,700 union electricians and power professionals. Wanted to express our opposition to this board letter today. We have supported the good work of the board in developing best practices for battery energy storage systems. However, AB 303 does not further this goal. We wanted to note that if AB 303 passes as it was written, it would be a de facto battery energy moratorium. I also wanted to take this opportunity to again note that if we are looking at preventing the root causes of battery energy storage failures, we can directly look at what the majority of those root causes are, which is the assembly, integration, and construction of battery energy storage facilities. Over 36% of those failures that have been studied, which means that the people who are working on those battery energy storage facilities need to be trained, skilled and trained workforce, and therefore we will continue to advocate for C10 licensed contractors and certified electricians being the ones to perform all electrical work on battery energy storage systems, and also advocate energy storage and microgrid training and certification, which we do right here in San Diego County, and also for a skilled and trained workforce for utility scale battery energy storage projects. We continue to be at your disposal to delve into these policies, which do more than just respond to failures when they happen, but do the work of preventing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Lauren Casares, Policy Advisor at the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to make the region the best place to live and work. The Chamber represents over 2,200 member businesses and over 300,000 jobs regionally. As we've shared before, we're proud supporters of battery energy storage systems, or BESS, and I'm here today alongside other stakeholders to ask the board to vote no on item 11. While the item is framed as, quote, supporting safer practices when citing battery energy storage system projects, Assembly Bill 303 by Assemblymember Don Addis is a de facto ban on the permitting and development of battery storage projects throughout the state of California. Safer practices have already been adopted by the county last year that were supported by data and expertise. Meanwhile, a ban on BESS systems would have significant irreparable damage on our local economy, workforce, supply chains, and even property tax revenue received by both the county and state. Our region's energy providers and utility companies have commitments to bringing more clean, reliable, and affordable energy to the San Diego region, and BESS systems are key to ensuring that our energy grid is both stable and reliable as we add more load to our grid every day. As every Californian has experienced over the past 2 years, BESS infrastructure has made a notable decrease in the number of blackouts and brownouts during heat waves and winter storms. This infrastructure protects our power, our jobs, and our economy. A ban on battery storage over 200 megawatt hours would be detrimental to our region and to our utility companies. For those reasons, we ask you to vote no on item 11 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and the board. First of all, I want to especially thank you for your service. It's Jim Whalen, J. Whalen Associates. We do batteries. They're all subject to review, and we work with the community. There are basically two simple reasons to oppose AB 303, and you've heard some of it already. It really is a moratorium on any kind of batteries, because there's no way you could find a site that's usable with more than 3,200 feet away from a house or another sensitive receptor. It's just not possible. And you have to have batteries when you use renewable energy. They're needed to store it when the sun isn't shining, the wind isn't blowing. The second reason is the county's already developing battery regulations. And I expect that we'll be hearing something to be added to the zoning ordinance later this year. And then the other reason is the fire code's being updated right now. AB 303 doesn't help with either of these things, and the county should be developing its own regulations. AB 303 doesn't do the job. Please oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone, and we will start with our first caller.
All bold. I send my recommendations, and they're in the agenda. But SNEVs have too many risks. Wildfires, lives lost, homes torched, toxic foods, groundwater poisoned, and that adds a lot of carbon dioxide right back into the air. So is zero-sum decarbonization even practical or worth it? Pretty much all batteries are flammable to some degree, as is gasoline or hydrogen. What makes lithium-ion batteries so dangerous is their ability to combust spontaneously and at relatively low temperatures, 248 degrees Fahrenheit, and like gasoline, it's 495 degrees. And the difficulty in putting out these fires is horrible. Lithium fires run 2 to 4 times as hot as wood fires, so you can kiss goodbye to all your metal rings or heirlooms if you're in one, and the fire can melt your car, or perhaps even human remains, the LA experience on January 7th. And the best facilities in Escondido, now in Moss Landing, caught fire despite having smoke detectors and heat detectors. And then Moss Landing, they even had cameras. the technology by itself won't save us. And San Diego ranked lower in a CNN study on cities with most understaffed fire departments. And you seem not to be able to rebalance the budget. So when can we expect full staffing for this extra danger? It alarms me too that the best companies seem not to care about safety, but they care about economics more. I saw KGTV News interview.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. Next caller is Consuelo. Your device might be muted. We'll come back to that caller.
Hi, my name is Dory Rattray, and I am the current chair for the Valley Center Planning Group. I am sharing on behalf of the board who represent approximately 25,000 residents of Valley Center. On December 9th, the Valley Center Community Planning Group took a position on a solar and battery project planned for Valley Center, and we voted against it. This project is located in agricultural land and could affect our food and groundwater. This project is located, ironically, in a flood zone. We've completed extensive research and have determined that battery storage facilities are not the right fit for Valley Center. Reliability and sustainability is a concern for rural Valley Center. We have already witnessed 3 fires as a result of battery storage facilities, 2 in Valley Center and 1 in Escondido, and I believe Moss Landing fire in Monterey was an example we need to regard. There have been not many studies for long-term conditions on health and environmental effects, toxicity to air, water, soil, biological effects on humans and animals in our community. We sincerely have safety concerns. Valley Center is a very high fire hazard severity zone, and we feel it is not an equitable approach to place these potential fire risks in our community, knowing we have limited evacuation routes. I would recommend hydropower, but thank you for your time. We support this initiative.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippett. Thank you for letting me speak. I support planning groups like Valley Centers. I support their opposition to best facilities because they have a record of being dangerous to those surrounding them. They did not earn the right to have to bypass local control and to just automatically impose them in these areas simply because the county does a top-down instead of allowing the people to speak. They do not. The green energy, supposedly green energy that these projects represent, have a track record of taking state money and then going belly up anyway. But that's long after they've caused the harm and the destruction environmentally that may or may not ever be able to be mitigated or eliminated. I absolutely support, at minimum, safer standards. Ideally, not to have them at all. The technology for distributed energy and solar top energy would have worked out a lot better. We do not need these. They have not prevented blackouts or brownouts. So thank you for letting me speak. And please, give the voice back to local unincorporated communities. They deserve to be heard. They are the ones who should decide what goes in their areas, not supervisors who don't live in their areas. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Yes, hi, this is JP Thaberge. I represent several unincorporated communities in the county through my role on the Elfin Forest Harmony Grove Town Council. I also help lead Californians for Safe Energy Storage, representing 12 counties with over 21 million people. Together, we've mobilized thousands of letters in support of AB 303. I just want to emphasize one critical point as you guys discuss this. AB 303 is fundamentally about restoring your local control. Under original bill AB 205, passed in 2022, best developers were given the option to bypass local land use authority and seek project approval through the California Energy Commission. That process overrides county decision makers entirely, no matter how unsafe or inappropriate a project may be for community. There have been 2 so far that have opted for that, even after having been rejected by their jurisdiction. AB 303 fixes this by removing BESS from the CEC's fast-track approval process and giving control back to the locals. Now, I understand there will be some debate about the step-back requirements of AB 303, but that's really not the heart of the bill. It will likely evolve. It will likely go through the usual process. And what we do know, though, is that hundreds or thousands of people have already written their representatives in support of strong protections and siting standards to find a balance between promoting green energy and protecting communities. And this is because the local authorities have not yet shown leadership in creating strict, enforceable siting standards. Safety regulations are great. They're improving, but they do not address the siting issue. Communities want clarity as to where and how they should be cited. Hundreds of constituents across the county have also written in support, not to oppose green energy, but to demand thoughtful community-driven planning rather than top-down approval by the state. Please support AB 303 and the return of local control. And just a few facts. The Moss Landing fire was a recent fire, but it's one of the first to actually show that toxins do accumulate and they do land, and heavy metal, large amounts of heavy metals were detected in a 2-mile radius of the fire. Thank you so much, and have a really great day.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
It's true. Jim, it's only been 8 months since you inquired about battery energy storage site safety, and no word about it. But of course, that's because others wanted to get plenty of time to get them all approved. The state approves and expedites these fire facilities while also approving electricity rates being jacked up. Yes, the only one who benefits are the best companies, the political unions, and SDG&E. SDG&E has at least 20 other BESS facilities in construction, maybe 21, mostly in rural high fire severity zones, but some in more densely populated areas such as Claremont or El Cajon. But that doesn't include the BESS sites by other companies like AES, Gateway, Terragen, and Nighthawk, to name a few. Our BESS facilities, the reason Joel is sheltering in place, I understand. Every single BESS facility has caught fire several times. Am I wrong? Some facilities have containers and brick walls in order to contain fires. They all have fire detectors and smoke alarms. Why? Because they're dangerous fire-prone facilities. Yet there's not even evacuation routes to address an issue in the backcountry. Poway did nothing for their people. Some of their council members even lied about the risk. Well, Mayor Bucky said, we'll get to it, it's going to happen anyway. Well, I spoke to a different city's council member who first thought that these fire facilities were safe. They actually questioned what they were told and found out from technical experts about the serious risk. Because it's not an if, it's a when situation for BESS fires. Add that to the wild arsonists, and people are struggling to get fire insurance on their homes. What do you know? This attack upon the backcountry with BESS fire facilities is no different than the attack upon the South Bay with sewage pollution from Mexico. It results in toxic air. It's preventable, inequitable, and wrong. So yes to a moratorium on fire facilities, and yes to fire prevention and the saving of human life. Money is not worth more than human life. Sorry, Ed.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the final caller this morning.
Hey, I can get with the hydropower idea. And yeah, yay, finally an item to be hopeful about, putting limits on the lithium bomb storage facilities. That's
Can you please
great.
state your name?
First off, Consuelo. God, you couldn't wait? Finally, an item to be hopeful about, putting limits on the lithium bomb storage facilities. That's great. But first off, I'd like to point out that they should be done away with altogether. They have already proven they pose a huge safety risk to the humans residing in our county and to our planet, having a much larger carbon footprint than any other electric devices. So take that, Sandag. There are 58 counties in our state. There are 185 storage facilities, battery storage facilities in our state, 50 of them being in San Diego. So you do the math. The fire department should know that EVs with lithium batteries pose way more of a threat of destroying property and wildlife. And I care more about wildlife than people because people are so gnarly. To the high temperatures rate they burn at, and also the fact that they burn sometimes for weeks at a time. But again, that's government in this dystopian system. Solar, wind, and lithium are doing us no favors. In fact, they have only made things worse. Prove me wrong. The only thing I can see the use for lithium batteries are to destroy evidence. Things that make you go, Anyways, thanks for disrupting me, Andrew. I was on a roll, man. You totally, that's not cool, dude. Don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. And appreciate all the comments, both pro and con on this item. But I brought this forward for a few reasons. I heard from many of my residents who wrote to my office asking the county to support the bill. I support local control and giving communities say in their land use decisions. These battery energy storage facilities are vulnerable to long days, many days, long hot fires. The one in Otay burned for like 14 to 17 days. At Escondido, they had to do evacuations around that fire. Valley Center had a fire as well. So there's 3 fires that I know of. But they're vulnerable to long hot fires, and care should be taken when placing these facilities near homes and other sensitive receptors. AB 303 would close the current state loophole that allows private BESS facilities, not SDG&E or other providers, but allows private BESS facilities to bypass the local permitting and go to the California Energy Commission for approval. Now, very few private entities are doing that right now. But as more communities, San Diego County included, come up with land use ordinances managing the placement of these devices, more will go directly to the state bypassing local control. AB 303 would stop that. It would also prohibit statewide battery energy storage projects of 200 megawatts or more, so a larger one, from being located within 32 feet of a sensitive receptor, not for all facilities, but over 200 megawatt. Sensitive receptors being homes, schools, hospitals, parks. Again, I'm not against these projects. I agree, we need them for grid stability. But unfortunately, the state is just placing them wherever they want without any local control, particularly for SDG&E and the other energy service providers throughout the state. Only the private ones that come through the county do we have any control over, and it's going to be probably another year before we get that ordinance in place here in San Diego County. But when they catch fire, they're causing evacuations and smoke and posing hazards, and I think it's clear we need to keep the focused on public safety. So additionally, AB 303 aligns with the action that this board has already taken, where we voted on a board letter that I brought forward in July of last year directing staff to develop local standards for these battery energy storage projects, which right now they could just go straight to the state and say, forget you, county, we don't care what you have to say, the state's going to approve us anyway. That's what we're trying to prevent. But AB 303 would avoid locating them in residential neighborhoods, avoid locating them near schools, daycare centers, hospitals, and develop safety standards for fire, thermal runaway, energy response, and toxic gassing. So AB 303 would allow more local control. We don't want to stop these. I don't want, I backed off on the moratorium. I think these are important energy storage systems as part of the big energy system and preventing brownouts and things like that. But I do think we need to have buffers between existing homes and hospitals, particularly if, the runoff, if there's a fire, the water is going to go into local agriculture or plants and things like that. We got to take those things into consideration. AB 303 is a good stopgap for really a small amount that are just of private providers that can go directly to the state. We want to keep that local control here. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the county's support of Assembly Bill 303. Thank you.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you to Supervisor Desmond for bringing this item forward to the board. I understand the concern regarding the risk related to fires caused by faulty and outdated battery technologies. But I will say this, the county fire department's interim fire protection guidelines that were provided to the board on the December 10th meeting that we had last year already addressed the different levels of fire risk for best projects on a case-by-case basis. One example directly from the guidelines under section 5.2, page 9 of the document that we were provided, it states as follows: the findings from required plume studies will outline additional mitigation for setbacks beyond 100 feet from sensitive receptors, such as residential areas, care facilities, hospitals, nursing homes, et cetera, and educational institutions. These setbacks aim to mitigate potential adverse effects on vulnerable populations. In addition to that, the California Energy Commission does require an environmental impact report, or EIR, to be submitted within 270 days, which also involves a public input process. Also, this commission requires the County of San Diego to attend a mandatory pre-filing meeting with an applicant for battery storage projects. So there are additional oversight mechanisms in all of these different ways until we hear back with the ordinance that you stated from your July board letter. So I will be waiting until that time, and also until the fire code is updated, and will not be supporting this item today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I had a couple of comments as well. First of all, I think we have robustly debated this issue and discussed this issue of fire safety. It's certainly something of deep concern to me. And I've spent a bunch of time talking to our fire chief and are really trying to wrap our head around what do we need to do to ensure that we can protect our communities, but also make sure that we can continue building the battery storage that we need. So I think one of the challenges with the approach in AB 303 is that it undermines our local control here and gives that power to Sacramento. I am personally significantly more comfortable with deference to our fire chief. That's the approach that is currently outlined and is applicable based on our existing fire codes. And I'm very much looking forward to the recommendations coming back from the fire chief. But in the meantime, our fire chief has full authority and discretion to determine, when and if a battery storage site is safe or not safe. So, I think very big picture, I personally am not in favor of Sacramento making decisions about our community and the safety of our community, particularly when we already have really robust controls and mechanisms here locally to protect our communities from fire. This is a really critical issue. I'm glad that we are moving forward on determining whether there's some updates to our codes that we need to be incorporating, and I know that that's going to be coming back in the next year or so. So I think that's important, but I want to make sure it makes sense here in San Diego and isn't a one-size-fits-all solution. So with that, I will not be supporting this item today. Thank you. Supervisor Desmond? Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a courtesy motion second. I won't be supporting this today. We have a path that we laid out and we're moving forward. I believe that these decisions should be made with fire authorities and not land use. And while I appreciate the concerns that people have expressed, I think we already have a plan that takes in concern the safety aspects. Being the only supervisor that actually lives in a high-risk fire area, it's of great importance to me that we get this right. And I would encourage the supervisor to send a letter of support for the bill. I do it frequently from my office. And that's another venue that he can pursue his passion with. So there is a second.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Anderson. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Desmond. Yes, please go ahead.
I just want to note that what this 303, and I agree, we don't want Sacramento making these decisions, but what this bill does is it keeps the private entities here in the county from getting their permits. Instead of them going up to Sacramento to get that, they can bypass us, and this would stop that bypass. So I just want to make sure that was clear and out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond and a second by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson?
No.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp? No. Supervisor Desmond?
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
No.
That motion fails with Supervisor Desmond voting yes, all other supervisors being present and voting no.
Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to item 12. And this item is reducing fire danger through emergency encampment clearings during red flag warnings. I think we'll give Supervisor Desmond, this is your item. Did you want to say a couple comments before we turn to public comment?
Yeah, let's see, I guess I didn't really.
It's okay, we can also do public comment.
Bifurcating them, just briefly, this item is concerned with encampments and hopefully allowing the county to clear the encampments, the homeless encampments, on red flag or high fire warning days. Over 50% of the fires in California were started by homeless people or homeless encampments. We had the fire in Mission Valley, we had one in La Jolla, we had one in North County and Oceanside that were all started by homeless encampments. And what I want to do is be able to prevent these from happening when we know how 50% of these things are being started statewide. So with that, I'll have other comments after the speakers, but thank you.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and call the speakers.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 16 requests to speak on this item, 8 in person and 8 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 9 e-comments, 3 in favor, 5 in opposition, and 1 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 12 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I will be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to first invite forward Mark, Joe Napier, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Mark, sorry 11 didn't pass, Jim. These guys are not sane. So I think Jim has a really good idea, like a good intent on this. The only problem is clearing the encampments if the people don't have a place to live is not a good idea. It just won't work. I mean, it's going to really damage the homeless if we don't have a place for them to stay. I've already said, and by the way, I'm really upset that Todd Gloria just spent $27.5 million on the Pride Promenade. For $1 million less, he could have done 3D printed 10,600. I looked it up. That's all the homeless in San Diego. A 10 by 10 room for every single one of them. And we still could. And for another approximately $10 million, you could literally have a really fast adult scooter that would go like close to 50 miles an hour with a 50-mile range, and they could get jobs, reintegrate back into society. If you do these things, which could be along the border or on Fiesta Island, you could clear the homeless encampments, and, well, there wouldn't be any homeless. Temporarily. Of course, if you don't stop the Federal Reserve from intentionally causing inflation and the wealth distribution from being so completely imbalanced, it'll resurface and keep rising. But but that would temporarily solve it. So I think Jim has a good idea. I certainly understand why he's doing it, because some homeless are starting the fires. You're not recognizing, people need to see these videos. Rosa Corey and this one, these are on YouTube titles. The UN causes some of these fires, quite a bit of them in the rural areas. So, nice try, Jim.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Vice Chair Lawson Remer and Board of Supervisors, Joe Napier, Fire Chief, Valley Center Fire Protection District, and we are in favor of this initiative. A difficult initiative to attain, but I think with the cooperation, especially in Valley Center, with the Sheriff's Department code compliance and the Fire Department, we can patrol, go out. We're already out during red flag warning and patrolling specific areas to make sure people aren't using gas-operated equipment. They're not shooting, they're not riding motorcycles or ATVs that don't have spark arresters. We shut burning down. So this would be another initiative to go out and into the public and patrol and go in to these encampments and give education. When it's non-red flag, making sure that they understand that there are evacuation mechanisms, there's Genesis Protect apps that they can access. Valley Center Fire Protection District has already initiated some of these things in multi-language, and we believe that it's a holistic community approach to problems like this that can be attained through cooperative measures. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor, Catherine Rhodes and Oliver Twist. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Pam, the majority of these agenda items today have talked about fire. No money to Valley Center to improve their fire defense. BESS is a nice fire risk. And of course, we have the homeless, wildfire, power lines. This county faces a lot of fire risk, and we're going to increase establishing BESS locations. Nice. Okay. Once locations of encampments of high-risk areas are identified, how will they be relocated? Are you having buses? We don't know. To where will they be relocated? Where will their belongings be stored? Because these people, they do have personal belongings. Once the risk is alleviated, the fire's out or the red flag warning's gone, are they then allowed and assisted to go back to that encampment? Or will they then be removed again with the red flag warning a week later? Or if the areas of their encampment is destroyed by fire, will they be relocated to another area to set up an encampment or a permanent structure? I mean, you remove them or clear them, and then what? Are they just like out there existing and breathing? What are you going to do? Per this item, it says funds are available based on existing staff time. Shouldn't an increase in staff be included in this plan? Other agencies increase their staff. Sadly, the county, I want to know. Should a person be convicted, a homeless individual be convicted of starting of arson, and there's damage to property or life, who's liable? Do we come after you guys because you allowed this encampment or this homeless crisis to continue? Sadly, the county and the city have lost control of the homeless crisis either intentionally or due to ineptness, or you don't really care. Because you know what? No problem, no money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and I just wanted to mention that it says that it's going to cost nothing. So you're saying that you could do this and it's going to cost nothing because you're not going to help any homeless people. And this is specifically for Jim Desmond and Monica Montgomery Stepp. I've been working with the Lucky Duck Foundation for them to confirm all the things I talk about during the periodic financial report, and I'm also working with Monica Ball of Uplift and Yigby, Yes in God's Backyard. There's so much money, $16.5 million in cash sitting in your pool investment fund. And now it's probably going down because we have President Trump that's going to ruin our economy, and all this money that you're putting in, instead of spending it on the poor that you're supposed to, you're putting it in to the stock market and betting on it, and so far you've gotten lucky, but I'm not sure how much luckier you're going to be. And specifically for Jim Desmond, this is not my work, this is the people work. By looking at your annual comprehensive financial report, in the last 2 years, you made $815 million of annual excess of revenue greater than expenses. And, Jim Desmond, you're talking about we have more people working at the county. We have more people working at the county because you're bringing in, instead of the private prisons, now we have regular people at the county working at the prisons, so we could hold them a little bit accountable instead of no accountability. You are rich. You're so rich. I have so many solutions for you. So many. Please call me so I could gift you this gift of helping everybody and reducing fire risk. I need a champion. If I could get one of you to believe me, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition, allegedly Audra, John Brady, and Michael Brando. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Oliver Twist. I am absolutely in favor of this item. And after the conflagration and devastation that we witnessed in LA and the Pacific Palisades, I really don't see who would not be for this. I live in a high-risk fire area myself. I've been evacuated during the Cedar fire. I had a friend several friends whose houses burned, but one told me he knew he wasn't running fast enough when his hair caught on fire. He escaped with his life, barely. So this is a very real incident, and I also want to share something that happened recently to me in Santee. I was talking to a local official there, and he explained about this little island they have, and the reason that the transients like to go live on the island is because it's hard to do any enforcement. Many of them are drug and mental confused, so I don't see that they have really their right to play Survivor Santee does not negate the people in Santee to have a safe house because fire will not just stay on that island. So please, as the fire chief said, that was a very good argument. They do other kind of enforcement, specifically during the red flag opportunities, and this is really no different. The people are free to return back to their little encampment, but I would also argue that allowing people to live in squalor is really not humanitarian, and that should be rethought too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, or is it afternoon now? I've lost track. Anyway, good to see you, Supervisors. John Brady with Lived Experience Advisors, representing the homeless community. I really struggled with this, and so did our team. However, the bottom line is because every municipality in the region, effectively, following the lead of San Diego, created a law that says you can't camp in our inner city areas, we pushed everybody into more dangerous regions. That's all we've done. I'm sure you've been highly impacted. The riverbed had effectively reached zero encampments, and then that ordinance went into place, and we have not been under the hundreds of people living in our San Diego riverbed since then. We are driving people into places that are not safe for human habitation. I do have an idea for you, though. There are 84,000 mobile homes and travel trailers in the county of San Diego. That's half of the number of housing that we're short. But we won't let anybody live in them, even if they're set up with sewage and electricity appropriately attached to all the necessary systems. Why not? This is an emergency. You guys should take the lead and establish an emergency permitting process for rolling 3 years until we get through this housing crisis. That's 80,000 potential units of housing. Even if it's 10% of that, we're much better off. On a final note, no matter what side you are on what's happening in Washington, we must plan for, at the very minimum, delayed payments from Washington if they cut HUD by 50%. At worst, significant cuts in HUD funding. That is the primary source of income for all of our homeless services and our housing initiatives. And we need to get ahead of that and start planning. What are we going to do when the checks start running late? And I will tell you, I was in a board meeting with the COC. We see organizations in 60 to 90 days that are going to run it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Michael, there are many nexuses to this item, this agenda item. One is how homeless people are scapegoated. And two, you call them encampments when it's actually their homes. Three, you're the ones who actually aided and abetted this situation of creating more and more homelessness. All of this is political theater. I heard one freedom advocate back here say, I don't see how anyone could be against this item. Well, I can tell you how someone could be against this item. People are going to be snapped out of their cognitive dissonance soon because they're not looking at the bigger picture. Audra Morgan earlier mentioned the truth about geoengineering, arranging the atmosphere so that fires can be more facilitated easily. If you want to learn more about this, there's a simple site. You can go to YouTube, put in Peggy Hall, The Healthy American. There is a playlist, Jim, called California Fires. There's one video in particular with an arborist that talks about how the nature of these fires are not normal fires. In fact, they're not wildfires. And for you to get up here and say, and parrot, that's all you're doing as a politician, saying 50% of the fires are caused by the homeless, in essence, demonizing people, and then turning around and saying, do you want to protect people? This is no different than all of the gaslighting and all of the lies that was done the last 4 to 5 years, Monica, and you too at City of San Diego City Council about the counterfeit pandemic. Yes, it was counterfeit to get people to do this. All of this ties together. All of this is going to blow up in March and going forward through 2025. Wake up.
Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. It is so sad, and amen to what Michael said, because you are punishing these people and you don't even give them a place to go. So what are you going to do with these people? Take all their stuff and make them leave, and then what are you going to say? Oh, now you can go back, but we're going to keep all your stuff. And it's a wonder. It's like the tent city, which I know you guys aren't in control of, but there's fire risks there just from the electrical outlets that are very dangerous to the people. But it's interesting because it's like you want to punish them, and again, it's like all we do is shuffle them around. We don't ever offer them up anything that is like, we're going to get you out of this situation. It's like, we're going to keep you in this situation. And it's sad because, you know, you didn't seem to have a problem when the illegal aliens that were coming across the border out in East County were starting fires every day, costing us a lot of money with fire trucks and ambulances that had to come from other communities to go to answer the calls there, sometimes 3 at a time, both ambulances and fire trucks, leaving that other community totally unprotected. And just an ambulance, or if like those are hundreds of thousands of dollars that we're spending every month, and you didn't give a shit. But now you're going to go and target the homeless people because they're homeless, but you don't offer anything that they can get out of that situation. Instead, you guys always demonize certain people, and it's very sad to see that all we do literally is like shuffle them around. I'm sorry, there's an event here. We can't have you guys be seen. Let's get you out of the way. But then as soon as you need more money, you're like, oh my gosh, we got to count all those homeless so we can get some more money, right? And then what does it do? The problem gets worse every time. So you guys should be to blame for the fires that take place in these encampments.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We will begin with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Katrina McDonald. I'm calling in opposition of this agenda item, and I would like to say that there are 13 comments now on this item with 9 opposed. My question is, where did the 5th District Supervisor get the information that the fire center and Gilman's fire were started by unhoused encampments? Looking at SDSD and CAL FIRE incident pages, it's still listed as under investigation. So I'd love to know how they got that insider information. And to come to the determination to further demonize and punish the unhoused for being unhoused. Removal of encampments, which make no mistake, is similar to removing someone from an apartment that's near a volatile landscape. It's cruel unless you have a plan to not continually strip their dignity as well. Improving the process of emergency encampment clearings is so vague it allows all kinds of creativity on the part of the individuals who are making such processes. With the county deciding that they need to encourage equity in all things, how is this initiative keeping in line with the county values this board and the CAO have been shoving in our faces in order to distract from failings? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
All the bold. Safety first. In general, this is another good idea. But instead of moving the homeless and moving them and keeping moving them, why not do something more permanent? Make up for prior mistreatment of the homeless and driving them into ever more dangerous situations. How about putting them in 3D printed houses, tiny houses, shipping crate houses, maybe even adobe houses? So there needs to be a recommendation number 4, I believe it would be, that the CAO make efforts to identify or provide safe camping areas, preferably with job help and other resources, such as the Sunbreak Ranch concept I kept telling you about. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the board. My name is Jesse Schmitty, State Policy Manager for Alliance San Diego. I'm calling in today to voice Alliance San Diego's strong opposition to the proposed encampment ban. We are in the midst of a growing housing and homelessness crisis. It's not just statistics, it's people, families, and seniors. When a crisis grows, leadership should double down on solutions, not scapegoats. Banning encampments doesn't solve the crisis, it hides it. It pushes people further into the shadows without addressing why they're there in the first place. It is unacceptable for local jurisdictions to keep turning a blind eye to the human suffering on our streets while passing policies that only deepen the despair. Where is the urgency to expand shelter, create deeply affordable housing? See, you can't talk about one without having solutions for the other. Real leadership meets people where they are, not by sweeping them aside, but by lifting them up. The choice before you is clear. Double down on displacement or double down on dignity. We can't punish poverty out of existence, as we are seeing this take place in our nation's capital, quite literally today. We need to invest in housing, services, and stability. That's how we get people off the streets, not by pretending that they don't exist. San Diego should lead with compassion, not cruelty. This proposed ban does not reflect the values of our community, and it's time to reject the policies that push people down and embrace strategies that pull people up. Also, we would appreciate follow-up from Supervisor Desmond regarding his statement that 50% of fires in the state are caused by homeless individuals, as he's provided no source, and there is nothing provided in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Amen to everyone in opposition. No, no, no. This is yet another slippery slope by the county being proposed by a right-winged rhino. Fact, the city of New Orleans moved their homeless for the Super Bowl. Do you know that the cost to put them in tents in cold weather for a few weeks costed more than housing them all for an entire year? That is government. You can't just remove people from their places of refuge because you deem the day of having a possibility of there being a fire. Another example of giving government the authority to be able to relocate people willy-nilly. Once again, they will use this item, free pass, to justify their tyrannical behaviors, homeless or not. just as they did with the forced medicating the homeless item, all under the guise of safety. Wake up. Don't you see it? All bad. Bad, bad, bad. No bueno. I'm sorry, Jimmy boy. This item is just another way to usher in the New World Order. Wake up, my statist slave, government-loving brothers and sisters, especially you, who speak so eloquently and are mostly logical. Time to start using your discernment. The system is not working.
Can you please state your name for the audio record?
This is Consuelo.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hey, it's Truth. With emergency sweeps, is there enough emergency shelters or housing to put these people in? Why only during red flag warnings? Fires for warmth happen during winter, and fires for cooking happen every day. I would also ask for emergency sweeps of the wild arsonists, or maybe even battery energy storage site companies, because they're definitely in the business of arson as well. And because of 54% of the fires in LA in 2023 allegedly were from homeless encampments, then that must mean the other 46% were started by the professional arsonists. Where are the county staff on that reality? And when will the county address the electric vehicle fires? There is no deadlier type of fire than a lithium fire. Yet we have a county fire chief who claimed that EV fire is not up. Not a single supervisor had enough sense to question that bogus claim. We did not have any lithium fires 5 to 10 years ago. So the arsonists and the lithium fires and the battery energy storage site fires need to be addressed with the same seriousness as the encampment fires. But a lot of people was coughing while I'm speaking. Can anyone else hear that, or just me? Okay, look. I heard a lot of great comments, and what I'm going to explain about some of them is that some people have a different hypothesis on life about whether or not someone who's on drugs should be accepted that they live that way. Now, I believe in freedom. I think you should live however you want, but there is a limit on when your drug addiction is affecting other people, and there is a line there. However, this item has nothing to do with that line. This is about sweeping people whenever you want to have a red flag warning, which we've had people's electricity shut down during red flag warnings, but it didn't need to be because it was a false warning. So that's a whole other issue as well. There's a lot wrong. It's actually kind of neutral.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. Well, I appreciate all the comments. What this whole board letter is focusing on is preventing fires. That's the whole thing. We want to prevent fires. We all saw what happened in LA. So preventing fires is the #1 reason for this board letter or this action today. And the reason it costs $0 is all we're doing today, or I'm requesting, is a report back by staff within 90 days as to how we can implement reducing the number of fires coming from homeless encampments. And I realize there's a whole lot of other logistics that have to be worked out, and they're not yet. They're absolutely not. So there's a lot of good questions out there. But say we're trying to punish the homeless. No, I think we have our homeless problem because people can still refuse help. We've got plenty of help to offer. We need more housing, absolutely. But when people can just refuse help and stay on our streets and starting campfires, it's not a good sign on red fire warning days. So as we saw in Los Angeles last month, we got to do everything in our control to prevent fires. And I'm happy to share my sources, but about 50% of the fires in California have been started by homeless in their encampments. Not picking on them, it's just a fact. And this means that 50% of the fires are preventable. And we can do something about it. In January alone, in San Diego, we had 3 fires started by homeless encampments. These fires threatened lives, structures, caused evacuations of nearby schools, a nursing home, and a daycare, and we're lucky the Santa Ana winds weren't blowing. Because if they were, that'd have been a much bigger mess, much bigger threat. So luckily, thanks to the heroic efforts of our first responders, none of those fires became disastrous. So open flames used for cooking and warmth, and I don't want to deny people that, but combined with flammable debris around you and lack of fire prevention measures poses a serious fire hazard. And this risk is not only to the surrounding communities and the people who live near these encampments, but the entire county. So today's action merely directs staff to return to the board to report on options for emergency encampment removals during red flag warnings to prevent fires. And this does raise a question. Where do they go? Where do we put them? So how are you going to manage that? Because we have not fixed homelessness yet. But so I'm asking staff to address housing options, vouchers, potential parking lots, where we can potentially transport people and move them during high fire days. So that's already in the request. So whether or not they come up with an answer within 90 days is yet to be seen. But we all know there's a significant fire risk during red fire warning days. So do we just sit back and wait, or do we try to do things to prevent that? We know fires often start in the homeless encampments, so I think we have to take action. And I know it's not only in homeless encampments, but if we do know that is a place where they start, we should pay attention. So the motion, I'm going to make a motion to ask the staff to come back within 90 days with a report of if we were to clear these homeless encampments, what would the plan be to make sure we can move these people to someplace safe? And so, again, the primary focus is on preventing fires, and we should do everything within our power to do that. So I'll make a motion to approve the item for staff to come back in 90 days with a report. Thank you.
We have a hand up from Supervisor Anderson.
I'd like to second that motion. In March, we're going to have my no camping ban ordinance come back. I got a briefing on it, and much of this is going to be covered in it. The one aspect, and Jim, thank you for bringing this forward. This is of grave concern to me because I live in a red flag area. Earlier, I couldn't call into a meeting when I was ill because we didn't have any power. Our power was shut off on Sunday, not restored till Wednesday. And while Apple's provided really great equipment, the battery didn't last for 3 days. So my focus on this has been about I lived through the Cedar Fire. 2,000 homes were lost in my Senate district. People died. This isn't about whether you're compassionate about homeless or not. This is about whether somebody has a right to burn down your neighborhood and put your life at risk. And so I'd like, if you would mind, Jim, amending it to put the focus on private land. They're going to come back on public land with an analysis March 11th, I believe, but really putting the emphasis on private land and making sure that people don't have open flames, whether they're homeless or not, and that we're enforcing this stuff. The risk is way too high with the amount of fuel that's in the backcountry. So I ask that you take that in consideration to making an amendment with that. Thank you.
All right, if I can
Go ahead, if you have a clarification regarding the amendment.
I'm not sure. I don't want to restrict it to only private. I think this should be private and public. If you want to say, primarily look at private, but okay, but I think this is,
Jim,
the fire doesn't
on
know
March
if it's public
11th,
or private land.
Can we?
I put the board letter in already for public land. We're already covering it. So I don't want them redoing the work that they've already done, is what I'm saying. I put a board letter in 6 months ago on this very issue, but I didn't include private land. And we're going to get, maybe staff could speak to this.
I would appreciate that. I actually had the exact same question regarding, my question was that I know that we had this brought up by Supervisor Anderson last August. I know you all are reporting back regarding something that's very similar. I'm super supportive conceptually of doing something about fire, but I wanted to make sure we're not duplicating work streams. So that would actually help me a lot to better understand exactly what work is being done and what Jim is proposing that might be different or additional, so we're not potentially duplicating.
Thank you for the question. I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Administrative Officer Brian Albright, who will talk about previous board action that has been sent our way and the responses forthcoming.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. And board members, on March 11, pursuant to your direction, we do plan to present the board with options for consideration to amend the existing ordinance and practices related to encampments. Depending on the board's direction, then we would build that into our report back on this item in 90 days. There are a number of different units in the county that are engaged in homeless services and enforcement of encampments across all of the groups. And that has different nuances in terms of how it applies to public land versus private land. And depending on what we present and the feedback we receive, there could be the need for additional resources depending on which direction we go. But we will be presenting those options on March 11.
So I guess in the previous board letter, Supervisor Anderson's, it already, I guess, included the potential of removing encampments during high fire red flag days. Is that true?
No, it requested that we remove encampments when there's any fire risk, whether the winds are blowing or not. When we have dry conditions, we can't afford to have any fires started, whether the winds are high or not. So it went much further than what you're requesting.
Okay, I guess I just want to make sure, and I guess staff can take direction. If you're already doing some of this, fine. We don't want to duplicate that effort. But I want to make sure that we're focusing on, and I guess more I was looking at having more ability, particularly during red flag days, to maybe it's a lesser notice, or maybe it's some other, maybe we do, maybe we pick up their stuff and move it if it's not a red flag day. I don't know. So I think I would like to make sure that we just look at all the options as far as how, and again, the whole thing is preventing fires. That's the whole main focus. So I'm okay with, I guess, with Supervisor Anderson's amendment. I want to make sure that we are covering our bases, and I don't want to water it down to say we're not going to be doing what I'm proposing today, but to just include so you want it only on private land.
I don't want it covering what's already covered in my board letter, because I don't want to delay the process.
How about we just don't duplicate efforts?
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
I don't really want to say public or private, because the fire doesn't care if it's public or private. So no duplicate of efforts. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson.
It would be helpful for me to get clear on exactly what that amendment is then. It sounds like a friendly amendment. If Supervisor Anderson, you want to restate, Supervisor.
Well, the way I
Desmond?
understand it, it'd be what I'm asking for would not be duplicative of what he's already asking for. So, but mine has more things like red flag days, and his has any fire. I would like to be able to.
Yours has more restriction.
Yeah.
Mine has less restriction.
I think I understand pretty clearly the intent, but in order to take a motion, I need a motion. So do you want to, maybe Andrew can help us out? Okay, maybe Andrew can help you guys out. Hold on.
Recommendation would be an additional recommendation for this item would be to direct staff to not pursue duplicative efforts that relate to Supervisor Anderson's previous direction that's coming back to the board on March 11th, 2025.
Bueno.
If that works with County Council.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Claudia. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for bringing this forward with a more narrow restriction, which I would tend to be more supportive of, more of a red flag standard. But I also want to thank Supervisor Anderson for your advocacy around this issue. it's a huge issue, we know. I haven't seen any of the data with regard to the 50%, but I'm looking forward to seeing that. I know that there are fires that do come out of encampments, unfortunately. I just don't know the percentage or whether it's that high. Would want to look at that information. I have a few questions, especially now after the exchange. Would like to know, either answering now or if this passes in 90 days, what is the current process that we're using with regard to any type of encampments, what we're doing now, nothing at all, something, outreach, what are we doing now? So I would like to, if you have an answer now, that's fine, but.
I don't have an answer now, but we will be reporting specifically on that at the next meeting on March 11th.
Okay, and the next thing is with regard to the current recommendations, understanding that with the 90 days, we want to come back with some legal analysis, report on the current policies, and then recommendations that we will then be expected to make a decision on. The other recommendations, for example, the directing the CAO to identify the high fire risk areas within the county and then prioritize these locations for removal, is that something that would go into immediate implementation, or is that would be carried with the 90 days?
That's up to us when it comes back.
Okay, but how was it, what was the intent when it was written this way?
Just to include those options as potentially. So everything's options. Nothing's being implemented now, and after 90 days, we have that option to implement some, all, none, whatever the case may be.
Okay, thank you for that, because the part of that paragraph in particular that's a bit concerning to me is the issuance of the stay-away orders. Does that go through a court process, or do we issue those orders? Who issues those orders?
We'd have to look further into our processes as to what we already have been doing, if anything, in regards to stay-away orders.
Okay, because that would answer some of the questions around where do people go. Even though this is no longer required of us legally, I think it's a moral responsibility to have a place for people to go if we are removing them. And so there's nothing that will come before me that, if it does not have that at least as a part of the conversation, that I will support. And so moving forward, I would like to have that be a part of the conversation. I would like to know what it would take for us to offer available alternative accommodations and have that be a condition of at least with the stay-away order, because a stay-away order means you cannot come back to that particular place based on the timing that the order gives, which is a different conversation than there is a fire, we have a red flag warning, you need to get out. I understand that as a practical issue, but then there are additional things that I would like to be a part of this conversation when it does come back, both on the 11th and then 90 days from today, if it passes. Okay, so those were my questions. I will support it coming back and having that conversation. I will say again, I do appreciate kind of the narrow scope based on the emergencies that we face, but there are always repercussions to the things that we do, so I'm looking forward to kind of discussing those intended and unintended consequences of the action that we're looking at, but I will be supportive just of coming back with all those things in 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple comments. First of all, I definitely would like to just reiterate the concerns of my colleagues regarding fires. And the really very real concern that fires in homeless encampments put both unhoused individuals and our broader community at risk. I think it's incredibly important that we're proactive on this matter, that we take this risk very, very seriously. And it's a public safety responsibility. So I absolutely support the intent of both, and Supervisor Anderson's initial item and then the item in front of us today. I really appreciate clarifying conversation between Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond. That was my primary concern. I didn't want us to duplicate efforts, and I know something's coming in March, and then something else is coming in 90 days. We should have one effort. Hopefully I think that was pretty clear to staff, and that's the intent here, but certainly in supporting this item, that's my intent. If it's already covered in what you're doing in March, let's not do it twice. Let's just do it once. So thank you very much, Supervisor Anderson, for clarifying that in our conversation. I also do want to mention that one of the things I really appreciated, I received an initial briefing on what's coming in March, and I think it's relevant to this conversation as well, about what efforts we make to get people into some kind of services or housing rather than just taking their stuff and kicking them out of where they're sleeping. And yes, we absolutely have to protect public safety, but we also have to acknowledge people's humanity. And if someone's sleeping in a riverbed or someone's sleeping in a canyon, it's because they need a place to sleep. And I would like to reiterate the comment of my colleague, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, that I think from a moral standpoint, it is really critical that if we're going to be enforcing camping bans, which I think we have to do if there's a fire, that we have places for people to go, that we're not just saying, okay, well, you can't sleep here. Well, then I guess you can't sleep anywhere, because what is someone going to do? You have to sleep. What, are you just going to walk around for weeks? It just sort of, to me, frankly, as a human, that's, it makes me embarrassed that we would have a society that it would be illegal to sleep anywhere. So I do want us to move this forward. I think it's an incredibly important initiative around fire safety. And I also want to make sure that we're being humane and that we're ensuring that people do have a place to go if we're going to kick them out of wherever they're sleeping. I do know that that's already the practice of how our county currently operates when we're moving encampments. I was very impressed with our county team's briefing on how much work we do in trying to connect people with resources. I think that that's something we're already doing a very good job on, but I want to make sure that that's not lost, that we continue to support that work, and we continue to center that work, that we don't let that work get lost as an ordinance comes back. So those are the comments I wanted to share. I'm certainly happy to support this today. And Supervisor Anderson, it looks like you have some additional comments.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind you all, my colleagues, that this isn't about a homeless issue. We're not saying that we don't want you, that we're running you off because you're sleeping there. This is a fire issue. You can't start fires and put other people at risk. This is not about homelessness, it's about public safety. If the fire takes a life, they will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law for murder, just like any arsonist would. And these conditions, if it's like the Cedar fire, if it's like the Witch Creek fire, they will not be able to outrun the fire, and they're putting their own life at risk. So this isn't about homelessness. This is about a Boy Scout can't start a fire under these conditions. Two hunters who got lost, who created a fire to be found, created the Cedar fire. None of these behaviors are acceptable. We lost over 2,000 homes and people died in the Cedar fire in my old Senate district. That's not right. So don't get confused over homelessness, mistreating people. That's a whole different issue. This is about not creating 2,000 new homeless people because you burnt their house down. That's what this is about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Aye.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Vice Chair Lawson Remer.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and
We
voting.
were all very excited to support your item, then. Okay. Thank you very much. So we're now moving on to item J, which is board committee reports. If anyone has any updates from any committees that people sit on. Okay. Then we have non-agenda public comment. Andrew, if you can please call the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson Remer. We have 12 remaining individuals requesting to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 6 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Alexandra Kraft, Michael Brando, and allegedly Audra. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Michael, 2611 El Cajon Boulevard. There are 2 restaurants there, 2 vegan restaurants, Donna Jean and Evolution Fast Food. They were previously located in Hillcrest and Bankers Hill. And the thing is, those restaurants would have gone out of business, gone down the toilet, lost, if it had not been for Alondra Ruiz, a dear friend of mine, who opened her space up to those 2 vegan restaurants. And I just want to make that announcement so it's more out there that it was because of her graciousness that 2 businesses were saved. Alondra is a hero, as many other people are, who spoke out against the immoral measures from the last 5 years. And that brings me to this book here. There's a PDF copy of this book online. It's open access, but I have a hard copy of it. It's published by Palgrave Macmillan, and it's called COVID-19, Psychological Operations and the War for Technocracy. Now, if someone hasn't been following along with what's been happening geopolitically across the earth and all these transnational entities manipulating governments, this is a great starting point. It goes into a lot of the topics that some speakers here have addressed, including psychological warfare, terror, fake science that was used for the COVID operation. The good news is it's so wonderful because things are changing, not because of Trump, but because people waking up. How good can it get?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My person uses the name Audra. The doublespeak happening here is so insane. The way you guys are like, we got to protect you from fires, but we're going to put in a bunch of fire infrastructure, things that combust just from the fumes. And you're like, but if you're homeless, oh my gosh, we're going to hold you accountable if you kill somebody or, do something like you guys are, it's insanity. And it's interesting because what you could do with the homeless now that the NGOs have been defunded, which is so fantastic, you got the Ramada Inn, or the Ramada Wyndham over by in Mission Valley that is no longer needing to aid and abet illegal aliens. You could put homeless there, right? We're still renting it. The state's still paying for it, so it's cool. And then we also have 4902 Pacific Highway, which is run by the Jewish Family Services that is being shut down, which is weird because today they were so busy. There were so many cars there, and there's no bodies to traffic. What are they doing? Are they shredding documents? Probably, because it's like if Doge is going to come after them, you can't let the people know what you did with the money from FEMA. So interesting, and I'm wondering, Jim and Joel. Joel, it was great to see you on Friday at the press conference for SB 554. Jim, where were you? You said you were working with Brian Jones, and then you didn't even show up. It was a little weird. We even have our Riverside sheriff come down, and Kelly can't even, support that. But I'm just wondering when you're going to possibly put some kind of resolution forward. But again, right, Joel, that doesn't matter. And it's interesting you said that was a resolution that Nora brought forward. It was an ordinance. But when are you guys going to say that you support this and that you actually want this to happen? Or are you going to say, oh, it's not worth anybody's time to really just say that we're going to go ahead and protect our state from violent criminals who cross the border illegally?
Thank you. I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in person: Jennifer, Pam, Catherine Rhodes, and Oliver Twist. If I've called your name, please come forward.
Go ahead. Hi, I'm Jennifer. I am persistently going around the county because I just find it disturbing that nobody really cares where are the missing children. What are you guys doing to protect the children on the streets, in their neighborhoods, yet we're here talking about somebody's home that he's afraid to get burned down, but yet you're basically killing all these children by not doing absolutely anything. I don't like your little eye twitch, Miss Tara. I find that very disrespectful that you don't listen when it's about children being murdered. I don't know if any of you have children, but this should be something you speak of every single day to ensure that our communities are safe. I mean, forget the fires. I mean, you guys are letting people on the border slaughtering our families and our children. You allow Child Protective Services to profit off of low-income families, and that's unacceptable. The police are involved. The officials are involved. You want to fix something? Look at the judges. That's where our new commander-in-chief needs to start ripping apart, is the judges, hold them responsible. It causes mental health, serious mental health problems, all the injustices that these judges do. Instead of practicing law, they practice whether or not they like you. And that's irrelevant. Our rights, our humanity, that is what matters. And the fact that we have these judges that sit upon these thrones and do absolutely anything for justice sake is disturbing and disgusting. This is my first time coming to these meetings, and I'm going to start coming more often because I think it's an important.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
Pam, I did not come prepared, but when I arrived and Tara and Monica were promoting healthy children, I was thrilled to hear them say they want to help promote kids with good dental hygiene. But my question is, was that just for boys? Because February 11th, you voted to not protect girls, right? Boo. And you supported boys pretending to be girls to be permitted in girls' sports, girls' spaces, girls' bathrooms. This impacts the mental health and physical health of girls, their self-esteem, and their future. You also support the medical castration of minor children and the barbaric surgical mutilation of minor children for the trans agenda, an agenda pushed by adults with a sick fetish. This all starts with the foundation of a misguided compass because you support child sacrifice by abortion. If you don't care about those innocent unborn children, we know you don't care about any other children. And you can't care about any horses or animals that need help either. So, shame on both of you for not supporting all children, only the agenda.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Hi, good afternoon. Oliver Twist here. And thank you for allowing me to speak in person versus on the phone, what I'd signed up for. So on my slip, I wrote accountability and accessibility. And I guess I will start out first with accountability. And that means holding yourselves to the same standards that you hold us to, or vice versa. And again, I go back to the issue of clapping. And I know your county council apparently has been on board and, trying to claim this is now 2 meetings is 1 meeting, and the shenanigans to just suppress our time to talk. It's ironic because Chair Lawson-Remer has said that the public comment and public speech, free speech is sacrosanct. But I don't see that from the actions. And I'm asking you, again, some of you came from activist backgrounds, and I don't understand how you really can sleep at night where there is this huge double standard. And clapping is a form of consensus, of showing other people, maybe they're afraid to speak, but they can clap in support. That is their voice, and you are suppressing and denying that. Also, right now, I would like to talk about accessibility and your non-agenda comment. That was kind of a weird eye roll, Tara. Anyway, accessibility. And the incident for the non-agenda this morning, I had a very bad experience, and I'm actually going to move forward and file a federal complaint about this, because what happened is you have this system where we jockey for position to get in. I'm running out of time, but essentially the able-bodied can rush in and get in first, and the elderly or infirm have to take the elevator. I saw one of the top 10 or top 5 speakers rush up the stairs, even though she had came in the building afterwards. But by the time that Parita in particular and Cesar were able to get here, that is accessibility discrimination, and you need a better system that takes does not position the able-bodied ahead of the disabled or elderly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Catherine Rhodes, and I'm going to talk about John Brady. He's got a private property where he could put 5 mobile homes on right now. One thing that's fabulous is, like in El Cajon, when you put that homeless people in the hotels in El Cajon, and the Attorney General Rob Bandit came back and said, yes, you can do it. You can put homeless people in the city of San Diego or the unincorporated. You have free reign to do anything you want. Again, we need one champion, one of you. Not one of you has helped. Why? Come on, it's been years. Please help us. What I wanted to talk about is, it's called the Roosevelt Reservation that Teddy Roosevelt made in 1907 when he was president. And so this is his proclamation. Setting aside of public lands as a strip of lands on the Mexican frontier, whereas it is necessary for the public welfare that a strip of land landing across a borderline between the United States and the Republic of Mexico be reserved for the operation of the public land laws and be keep of obstructions as a protection against the smuggling of goods between the United States and said republic. There's a 60-foot right-of-way. Right now we have the border there. We also have the road there. Altogether, they might take about 30, 40 feet. We have an additional 20 feet. Elon Musk lives in a tiny home in his starbase over, Texas or wherever he is. He is going to have those Tesla trucks, electric vehicles that need to be charged. He's got a great video where he has Starlink in these tiny homes. He's got power. He's got toilets that work, that's self-contained. We could put them across the border to help protect the border. We only need one person. Judge Stedman, please call President Trump. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the request for non-agenda public comment this morning, or this afternoon, I apologize. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak on the closed session matters, which is item 13 on today's session agenda. There's one matter listed under item 13 for closed session matters. Individuals that have requested to speak on the closed session matter must provide comments related to the matter listed in the closed session item. We have 2 requests to speak in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone on the closed session matters, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. I'd like to invite forward allegedly Audra and Mark. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board.
My person uses the name Audra. It's really hard to talk about something you can't find information on. And it's like, you guys could provide it, you know, Claudia, but why would you do that? Why would you want people to know exactly what's going on, right? And then you can tell them, you're off topic. How do you know what the topic is if the information is obscured, right? Is that, you like doing that? Or just giving nasty looks? I don't know. I mean, I pay your paycheck, but it's fine. Yeah, so it's like this could be so many things, right? It's like, what could it be? I don't know. Is it like against Joel for eating? It's been like watching a movie with Joel up there while he's eating spaghetti, gotten it on his chin, you know what I mean? And a little slushy. What kind was that, Joel? Was it lemon? Was it good? Oh, there was his eyebrow. What else could it be? Maybe, I don't know. It's like so many things, right? 48 seconds left to talk about being on topic, right? For information that you can't find, right? You don't know, right? I mean, you do, you don't. You do, you don't. I should buy a boat. I don't know. These jeans are hot. Have you guys seen Corky Romano? It's a pretty funny movie. What else could it be? I don't know. Am I on topic, Claudia? Is this on topic? Is Tara? There she goes.
Can you please pause her time?
Thank you. 15 seconds left.
Claudia, would you like to answer the question?
Sure.
Oh, great.
The agenda item for closed session today goes by the case name of Ivanova versus County of San Diego et al. It's Superior Court case number 37-2024-000223990-CU-PA-CTL. It is identified on the agenda by the case name. That is
oh my
what it's
gosh,
about.
you're so smart. But yet when you go and try and look it up, you can't find anything. Go ahead and start my time. Thank you. You're so nice to just read the title of it when you could actually provide information instead of being condescending to the people that pay your paycheck. Can't wait till you're fired and in jail.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Final call for Mark. Not seeing any movement in the chamber, we'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone, and we will start with our first caller.
Excuse me, you probably know me, but I'm Paula Bold. Hope you review and discuss the Brown Act in your closed session. Hopefully I won't have to give warnings anymore. And also equal access to speak at the meetings. You know, someone disabled and people rushing by on the stairs. I mean, that's a kind of dangerous situation. Wonder what happened to the 31 other cases in the last closed session. The minutes say that there were no reportable actions. I think that if that many actions were actually settled or otherwise ended, there should be a party with a note in the minutes. Unless the cases are still there and you're just trying to hide them by not mentioning them or whatever. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on the closed session matters.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we have adjournments in memory. Our first adjournment will be presented by Supervisor Anderson in memory of Rebecca. Oh, you're going to do yours tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Andrew has just informed me. Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Desmond, do you have an adjournment in memory today for Vince Ross?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. And yeah, this is an adjournment in memory of Vince Ross. So I would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Vince Ross, a Fallbrook community icon who passed away earlier this month. Vince and his beloved wife, Joy, moved to Fallbrook in 1964, seeking a rural atmosphere and good schools for their children. His dedication to both his family and his town is evident in the many roles he has taken on, including his work in real estate, volunteer positions, and being an active member of the local business community. So Vince was the founder and the first president of the Fallbrook Rotary Club. I'm sorry, the Fallbrook Village Rotary Club. He was also the founder, board member, and vice chair of the Fallbrook Revitalization Advisory Council, now the Fallbrook Community Forum. He was the founding president and vice president of the Fallbrook Village Association and co-founder and vice president of the Fallbrook Land Conservancy. He was a member of the Fallbrook Elementary School Board and president of the 1967 Fallbrook Young Republicans. Vince's contribution to the community were his way to give back, driven by his sense of duty and help to others. Vince Ross's legacy in Fallbrook is truly remarkable, with lasting contributions that will continue to improve the quality of life in the community. Under Vince's leadership, he was instrumental in bringing cultural and artistic programs to the area, including the Arts Center, the Vince Ross Square, Heinemann Park, and the Fallbrook Land Conservancy. Vince played a role in the donation of the Preliminaries House and Park Historical Site and the Montserrat Preserve Trail and Sculpture Garden. Vince's pioneering efforts left a lasting mark on Fallbrook, shaping its cultural, environmental, and community landscape. His legacy will continue to live on through the many projects and organizations that he helped establish, ensuring the town's growth and beauty for future generations. Rest in peace, my friend. You will be truly missed, but will always be part of the fabric of the community of Fallbrook. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, this session is adjourned. We will be proceeding to closed session. We'll take about a 40-minute break for lunch. So back in closed session. Do you have a preference, Monica? You want to go to closed session? Okay, we'll go straight to closed session. And then after that, the board will be in recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, February 26th at 9 a.m. For the land use legislative session. Thanks.
The board will now recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 13 on today's general legislative session agenda. If there are any reportable actions, it will be reported out during the land use legislative session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, February 26, 2025.